And I'll get to the chat right after I deal with these little pirates. Oh, geez, I just hit something. Where are they? Okay. Gotta be careful here. I don't want to hit these asteroids either. Yeah, they took care of it. Alrighty. Okay. So, where are we here in the old Mapperoonie? Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to do a quick run around the universe for the equipment docks, and then we'll go and try and get some more upgrades. Actually, let's go to the, hold on here. Yeah, we'll do that first. Okay. And I'll switch ships a little bit later. I like this one, but it's good and everything. Don't get me wrong. I like it actually. But I like to be a little themed. I was looking around on the page, grabbed a few more things. Tried to figure out this turret thing. Apparently you like put down like a turret block, right? So that's like size 1, right? And then you can put a turret on it from a blueprint design. But the ones I have are size 4 and none of them will fit. So I made like 4 blocks, right? And then it's trying to put it on the front where it's only size 1. So I guess you got to make like this giant cube for the thing to sit on, right? Oh, Lord. And it'll only do it forward facing. I don't understand how to flip it up. I don't know. It's really, I don't know. They need to do some work on that shit to make it easier. Because if I can't figure it out or I have problems, imagine what the average user who's new to the game would be like, what the hell do I do, man? So anyway, some news. Google's browser is now turning off your ability to use FTP in the browser now. So, yeah. They're slowly but surely reining everybody in for control. That's what you do. I mean, if you don't support standardized protocols, right? It's all about control, you know, right? How do you think they made 15 billion? It's by stuffing it to everybody else. I mean, they get a $170 million fine, right? And then stick it right to us creators, okay? And, you know, put all the liability on us and sit there laughing at us while they make $15 billion. 25% more than they did the year before. So, woo, FTC fined them, whoopty shit, right? Shareholders are just laughing at us too, you know? Anybody get a 25% raise this year? No? Ah, well, yeah. It's disgusting, man. It really is. It's disgusting. Okay? Nowhere, in no industry, does anybody make 25%, like the company make 25% more money and nobody gets a raise. Year after year after year after year after year after year after year. If anything, they should be dropping the need for watch time down to maybe 3,000 or 3,500. Drop it down to 3,000. That's a 25% increase right there, right? And you know, you don't have to give us all 25%. You can give us 10%, right? Drop it down to 3,500 hours, right? Keep the subscription thing because that's a measure of you know, how someone works at something, right? You know, I got no problem with that. But at least give them you know, take off 500 watch hours, right? And then that would show that you're actually progressing with your user base. Okay, you're saying, hey, we made more money. We're gonna We're going to bring in a few extra people here, and we'll make even more money then, right? Because if you get monetized just a little bit easier or quicker, maybe you'll spend some more money, and then you'll make YouTube more money. You see, this Susan chick, she ain't thinking, quite right in the brain. Okay, honestly, okay. I mean, I don't know who am I, right? I'm just some punk that went to college for business administration with a major in information systems, and they turned the college into a university the next year. And he also just happens to have a 97% in the programming courses that he took over that time, right? So who am I, right? I'm just some schmuck, right? I don't know nothing. Yeah. And just to give you guys a little tip, okay? If I don't know what I'm doing, right? Okay. How is it then in the 90s when YouTube wasn't around, I was making 2,000, 2,500 a month in advertising money. Think about that as advertising money. And that's when things weren't, the money wasn't as much either, okay? You gotta find something that no one else has, no one else is doing, right? You gotta make it your own. You gotta stop you doing all this fair use shit, because they're just gonna fucking screw you. Pardon the language and all, but that's what they're gonna do. So you gotta use all your own. You gotta get into something with images and stuff and make your own stuff, okay? That's why I have 700 plus videos here and all kinds of live streams lately, and no copy strikes, no copyright claims, okay? I'm not giving them the opportunity to screw with me if I can help it. Oh yeah, I'll make the odd mistake. I'll turn on a video game, it'll have some music on it, and then there'll be and I just take the video back down, and then whatever, right? You would think YouTube would let you know ahead of time, oh, you put music on it. That would be a see, that would be something they should take some of this money for and do is, hey, you got some copyrighted music there, you should not upload this. Or you should, fix it. Instead of wasting everybody's bloody time in doing things, right? And I noticed Twitter, after this new rule, right, with manipulated images, there's like literally nobody doing memes anymore. Nobody. So, maybe I should just take some of my Unreal footage, which is my stuff, right? And just give it to these people so they can start doing that again. But, that's the thing, right? You got to be careful of all this crap. Because somebody uses it to attack somebody, and then they come back to you and they say, well, what are you're facilitating this, right? That's what goes on, eh? It's just BS, more people that can't handle, life. You remove the internet from some of these people, and they'd be freaking lost, man. They'd have nothing to do. They'd be zombified. And this is like I was discussing. I just popped into one guy's chat, and he was just about ended, and this is why I don't watch TV and movies, okay? Like there's a lot of people that do all this pop culture stuff and everything else, and I'm like, you guys are still paying money into this shit. I gave up on it in the 90s when I realized where it was going. This is why I play this game. I got 800 hours into this sucker, This entertains me enough. I don't need, what did that guy from EA say? Fuck the Oscars. Okay? That's right. It's the one thing I'll agree with someone who worked for EA with. Okay? I hate to say it, but that's the truth, And I can go on about some more truth, right? Disney, okay? Between Disney and Time Warner, they own about 80% now of, or AT&T Time Warner. They own about 80% of the IP out there for comics, 90% maybe. And and movies and whatever else, and whatever else is left is like Universal and a few other little, and Sony and stuff, right? Well, Disney isn't even paying taxes, guys. And then they go and they muscle and strong arm some school for a $250 check. This is the same thing they do with YouTube. Okay? They nickel and dime it all over the world and all over the place, and they make all their revenue that way, and then they don't pay taxes. Since when did Disney become a fucking church? Right? That's disgusting. I mean, at least religion, okay? Somebody's going to get some value out of it who needs some help, okay? Right? That's what faith is. It's kind of like a psychiatrist of sorts, right? You can go put a buck in instead of paying $50 an hour, and talk to some guy, right? That's the whole point, right? And some people that need to learn certain things, they have to be taught things and have it reinforced in their head about being decent and good and all this other jazz, right? But it's hard to be good when, every capitalist corporation is being such a prick and an asshole. Constantly, though, too. It's not just a once in a while thing. It's what can we get away with today that'll make me a bucket full of freaking cash? See? I spent $20 on this, and I got 800 hours into it. How many episodes of TV is that? Okay? At 48 minutes of television episode, do the math, and then go look at how much that would cost you. Okay? In time, all right? Let's say you're sitting there watching TV for 10 hours a day, all right? There's 80 days, so there's 3 months of a subscription right there, okay? Look at what these asshats want to charge you, fools. All right? Stop being stupid, okay? Go learn something or get hanging around with somebody. It doesn't have to be me. It can be any creator who's into making things, and just hang out with them, You don't have to be a programmer or a graphic designer. Maybe you got a neat voice, or you have an idea. Throw it at them and see what they think, and then say, blah 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 blah. It's not hard, man. You know how easy it would have been for me to make the next Star Wars trilogy? The first thing I think of after they win that big battle, Han and Leia get married and have kids, right? Whoa, there's the first movie, right? Luke is off doing a new Jedi temple, and then you have the whole struggle of doing that. You set it up, and then right near the end of the film, you have something evil coming. I mean, it's that simple. It doesn't even have to be the Sith. Right? You can bring back Palpatine with cloning. You could just do a scenario where at the Camino thing there, you see him show up right at the place, and he's in the same room as Jango Fett, and that would just kind of trip off people's brains that maybe he's getting cloned, and go from there. And then you could even have Snoke in your thing, and he's like the first version that they failed with. Okay? Right? Like, I don't know about you, but if I were Emperor Palpatine and I had a massive facility that could clone things, I would have cloned 1,000 of me and put them all over the bloody galaxy, right? And have this little timing system, kind of like that Stargate SG-1 movie there, where Ball had like 50 of themselves, right? I mean, it's not hard. I mean, there is no excuse for all this shit writing that's going on here in Hollywood. And I just gotta say it. What it is just they now have locked up copyrights so heavy, okay? 95 years plus, whatever, so heavy, okay, that they no longer have to create. They can just do, and it's starting to happen even in the video games industry, where why the hell do I want to have Age of Empires in HD remade? No, really. How about making a new game like that with new graphics and new God, it's just, it's sad. Oh, it's sold out, sold out. Oh yeah, we're already here. But anyway, yeah, so this is what led me into getting into 3D special effects and animations and stuff. And then, you know, you have a little bit of bad luck with life with stupid roommate shit, you know, where he cuffed me for a month's rent, and then he kind of bullshitted, and then it ended up costing me another month, and and then cleaning up after him cost me some money and everything else. Oh man, it was just a freaking joke. He wonders why he got a shot in the freaking head, and then his little bikery friends are going, "You're a real asshole," and I'm like, "Yeah, come on in over here, I'll show you his room. You tell me who's a freaking asshole." I'm sick and tired of being nice to stupid people. You know that. My dad had a saying, eh? You know, he says, "I'm sick and tired of stupid people." Right? And it just, that's one of the reasons why I like some of the people I hang around with, because they're not stupid. They recognize, certain things and stuff. And they have their own little way of being smart about a lot of things, right? And there's a certain thing to be said about loyalty and, having a bit of honor to you, right? There are some really cheesy actors in all of this that just use things. It gets a little old, right? Like, I go and I defend one of the major guys from that Comicsgate thing and got banned on Twitter, then got unbanned. Then I try to be nice to another guy and made up a Blender image for him and give it to this guy. He had me banned. He thought I was attacking him by giving him this big wasp man in high definition, saying don't let them bug you. That's the kind of people some of these people are. That was stupid, right? And you never hear an apology out of anybody out of this, or say a thank you or nothing, right? That they use you and throw you to the side, right? That's what they do. So you got to be careful of some people, right? You got to feel them out. You got to talk to people. You got to make sure that you're not, being used. Because I get that a lot, man. Because I go and I start helping somebody out. Now I'm not talking about, anybody that's around right now, but I'm speaking in general, right? And you go and start helping somebody out, and then, behind their back, they do some weird things, and they just try and co-opt, you get kind of a deal or a partnership thinking going, and then they just, once they feel that they've got enough people from you, they just run off and go, haha, not realizing that you just go, okay, glad to know early on what you're like, because once we got into legit business here where there'd be some contracts and things signed, good to know that you're not gonna screw around. Anyway, so yeah, I'm just gonna do my own thing and not really, and I don't know, I was gonna include a bunch of people to do this little project thing, but then I'm thinking, this just becomes a little bit unruly on having to deal with different people all the time and all that crap. And then you have the BSers that say they know things and they don't, and they're like, I've tried to give advice to people too about certain software packages and different things like that. Like, you got to realize, okay, the reason I don't use any of the DAZ 3D products is because when you buy, say, a character model from him, that's for personal use. You don't get he won't sell you them for commercial use. Okay? I asked all about that a while back. Okay? That's why I don't, screw it. Okay? Forget it. No, no. So you got people out there trying to do that, and they're going to get themselves in trouble. So you tell them this, okay? I mean, you got to. And then you got the people with Blender, once again, kind of, it's like a crowd of idiots, okay? Trying to hold back on the rigging. Like, I was trying to float this one lad, and I don't know, he's just not, he's constantly off doing something else instead of his tool, right? And we need something done, okay? Get her done, boy. Like, I mean, holy shit. I wrote 10,000 lines of code in three days for a browser game, okay? I took 3 different Dungeons and Dragons first edition books for the mass combat, Dominion rulership, and I was going to add including I was going to include the immortal rules, and then I went to Wizards of the Coast, made sure I'm okay with that, and he says, yeah, you're okay as long as you're not making any money. Okay, well, there's no money in it, I'm gonna kind of put it on a back burner. But anyway, that's what I can do and what I have done, right? That's just an example, right? Okay, you get your mind thinking the math. Like if you're into Python or Lua or whatever, C++, get your brain into it and do it. Quit talking about it. And when I see people making tutorials and they do live streams for tutorials, okay, that's not good, okay? I hate to say it. There is very seldom can you do a live stream tutorial and have it function right, okay? One of the reasons why you want to do a tutorial recorded, okay, is so you can edit things. So you can go back over your tutorial, fix it up, make sure it's right, da-da-da-da-da, blah, 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 and add things, spruce it up, okay? Now, if you've been doing it a long time, you might be able to get away with that because, you know what you're doing really well, and you can interact with the chat, and you can ask questions, and then, get right to it, right? But if I were to, and here's an example, if I were to go to, let's just say, this rigging Blender tool, Mr. Mannequin's tools, right? And say, okay, how do I install your tool? How do I import the mesh to the tool? How do I do this? How do I do that? I went back to some of the videos and I don't see that. I just see him doing stuff with it, right? Well, that's not a tutorial, guy. I don't even know what that's why, I mean, talk to the guy, but that's about it. I mean, that might be one of the reasons why they've kind of slowed down on like they recognize you're doing something neat with your tool, but they're not giving you a grant because you need to make a proper tutorial set and get it out there, right? Hey, you could even paywall that tutorial, like that's fair, whatever. Put it say you got Patreons or whatever, and say Patreons will get the tutorial on how to use the tool, right? I mean, you might as well. I mean, everyone else in Blender's doing that kind of shit. You might as well make everybody pay money for everything you're doing. I mean, what the hell's the sense of having open source if nothing, if it costs as much as Autodesk or Maya? Like, when Unreal gets to the point, and the Blender people get to the point where there's a live plugin, that's it. Okay, a lot of these guys are going to suddenly be thinking about new jobs, right? That's the whole point of this, is that you got to start being realistic about what you're doing, because Epic's looking at any way they can to grow the gaming and architectural and whatever else going on, and if that means putting some little mod maker out of business, they'll do it. And don't kid yourself. Big corporations don't give a shit, because what'll happen is other corporations will be using it, and then there you go. So I'd be a little nervy on that one. I noticed somebody made a post right after they said that they were going to start doing things with Blender. Yeah. That's why, and I didn't want to get critical of the guy, because I was thinking of, maybe doing something where he would do the animating for things, and then that would save me time, and I could get into the environments, and then, have some people do voice acting, and, and get a writer in here and throw my ideas at him and see what he comes up with, that kind of jazz. And but I don't know. I mean, and then I says to him, well, I could invite everybody to your chat. And then what happens is, he gets everybody there, and then, I post a few things to help people out with stuff, and then, no, you can't do that. It's supposed to be just about his tool. So that's the kind of feeling you get from it, eh? It's just, more drama. I don't need it. I just wandered off. I just said, okay, I'll delete all my posts, and I did, and then I just wandered off, man. I just got a zero tolerance towards drama these days. I just don't want to argue with anyone. I don't want to have it. I got better things to do. And Unreal's just kind of coasting lately with their outs. Something big on the way. I got that feeling. I mean, what else could they do, right? Well, the big problem is that you're let's just say that there were 30% of the people on Windows 7. Well, it's now down to 20%. Imagine that. 20% of the people are still using the Windows 7 and haven't migrated up to Windows 10. So Microsoft has got those people sitting there. They've got still people, very small amount using, Vista. There's 2 or 3% using XP, and and other. Every time they go up a version like that, they lose people, right? And I just can't afford right now to be doing all that. So I got to sit around here playing games like this. This is another reason why I do this. I bought Battlefield Gothic 2. I might do a playthrough of that, but it's a bit complicated to start learning a bit. So I want to get playing it a bit so I don't look like a complete silly shit. Anyway, just float along here. Anyway, so yeah, yeah, it's hard to, there's the old saying, you can only, it comes a point when you got to realize you can't help everybody. That's one of the things. You got to just say, okay, yeah. Now, one of the persons that I probably could work with a bit and maybe do some of this with would be what's that fella's name? ERTs. Maybe get with him and Manny and a couple of the guys and just sit down and say, look, I got all this shit here. Okay, look what here's some examples of things I can do with it. Now let's imagine you make a comic book based on it, right? That would be legit. I mean, and you could do things like that, right? Here we are, I'm animating it, and you're making a comic book. You got that covered. We make a little movie, and we have everybody contribute some ways, and everybody shares in any, like I said, then you put each video on a person's page as you circulate around, and that's how so if you want to, and you make a playlist and you link it all, right? And that way, if somebody wants to see the second ep, they click on it and they go to your thing, and then you get traffic, okay? And over time, okay, we put this into and this is the thing. Each person would be allowed to put one of these videos into the Content ID system so that it's there. That way, if some guy then goes and takes your video or whatever, you can't do it. You own the rights to that one, right? Now, there'd be a written agreement that you can't remove it from YouTube. Okay, that would be little legalese, right? So that nobody becomes a jerk and says, screw you, I'm gonna just wreck this one video and because the way that would be written is if you do that, then we have the right to agree in a majority vote who puts the video up. Somebody has to put a video up. If somebody doesn't vote for it, doing that, then we exclude them from the vote until such time as there's enough of a vote that somebody can put the video somewhere. That way the list is always there. People get their little TV series kind of thing. And then, you know, you got maybe a video game I could probably kind of do something with. And then you have the comic book thing. And then that just, you know, that's your own thing, right? And because this all started from the Unreal Engine, we have to remember Epic wants its 5% after $3,000 is made. So that as a whole, this thing, it's like a license, right? Okay? Because we're taking those characters into a game, and this is made in the Unreal Engine, and then when you draw that, you're doing it from the Unreal Engine because you have to look at them, and then that's how you do it. That's how you get the license that way. Is I would say, okay, go install the Unreal Engine, fire up the character right in front of your face, and then draw it. It's made from the Unreal Engine. Okay, it's like you're twisting a little bit of the license there, but I'm sure that would fly. Because you're also doing a video game, you're also doing TV, and you're linking it all together as a project, right? And that's how I would do something, okay? Just as a hint to people, right? Like, you know, every time I turn around, it's some kind of rage about, you know, some stupid movie or some stupid television show, and these people are going, and they're the ones that are keeping these companies alive. They're paying for it. They pay every month for some stupid service. It's like, you want to know why I'm a little angry at Nerdrotic? This is a man who jumped up and down and said he's done with Doctor Who, and now he's paying for the service to watch it. I mean, and all he does is rage and has people go into that's what your critics of the fandom menace look at. They see this, okay? They see, it's blatant, okay? This is where, you know, you have to stop doing that. If you come out and say, that's it, I'm done with this, okay? I am not supporting this, then don't, okay? Stay away from it. You'll have more respect from me and other people, okay? Because I'm not watching it. I don't even want to watch a stream about it. It's so creepy and weird what they did. They completely ruined something I grew up with when I was a kid, okay? It was fun. It was, you know, you didn't feel like anything was stupid like that. They just can't help themselves anymore. It's because it's just lawyers running the IP and greedy freaking actors who will do whatever they are told, okay, who just want more money themselves. They don't give a shit. Seriously, none of these actors are moral people. None of them. If you stop giving Tom Hanks good movies to do and then told him he had to dress up like a clown in a big pile of shit, he'd do it. He'd do it. He'd do it for money. You give him enough money, he'd do it. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys, right? And anybody who says I'm wrong is out to lunch. In a like, I'm in a video game and I know it's a video game, right? Do you know the difference? Yeah, watch her that freaking asteroids. Oy. He's still alive, is he? There we go. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's get this guy. That's how you do that. I'm perfect either, okay? And that's another thing, okay? You got to be humble about everything you do. And I haven't looked at the chat to see who's dropped by, but you know, it's just one of those things where you got to look at the big picture of what you're doing and what it appears to look like, as well as, you know, what someone being critical of you might be thinking, okay? And the biggest criticisms, you know, and what we should do is have like a little round table maybe once a week and discuss these things, because then that moves things forward, right? Okay? Like, I wonder how many people came up with the idea I did with all this stuff with Epic and stuff. I bet you there's a few, because they went from having something like 200,000 game developers last year at the beginning, right, to almost 500,000 developers. That's they call me a developer. Really? I'm just someone who mucks around with it, man. You know? The technical term is a hobbyist, right? Hobby developer. Indie developer, right? Yeah, sure. But anyway, like, I have tons of ideas, right? That's the thing. I'm an idea man. I really am. And, I got stuff on my hard drive that wouldn't, you know, due to copyright and fair use issues, probably wouldn't be a go, but they're good ideas on the hard drive. They inspire me to do other things, some of this stuff. But anyway, like, what I do is I take a whole bunch of really cool looking pictures, put them in a directory, and start looking at the directory, and off pops a story. And then I can just go to another directory and leave that behind, and it isn't even involving those characters and stuff. It's just the visual stimulation that gives you an idea of how to do things. And I mean, what do these other writers do? Do they sit there in a lawyer's office going, "We got to make money"? Is that how they do it? You know, because that's why we get such crap, right? They're probably sitting in some political office or small rights group going, "Well, how do we help you?" You know, the hell with everyone else. You know, and I'm getting sick and tired of people's misuse of the English language. Okay, number one, I'm not scared of gay people, trans or lesbians or whatever rock or something you want to call yourself. I'm not scared of you. So how can I have an irrational fear called a phobia? Okay, being critical of something does not become a phobia. Okay. This is something that you need to understand about. This was the big discussion in the 90s when somebody had an issue with fascism, and then the H word would come up and everything else, and then they would try and use this so-called Godwin's law, because some idiot said in any discussion it's always going to pop up, and therefore you got to just stop talking about it. No. In actual criticism and actual discussions, if regarding that, you need to discuss it. It's just, people started using it in an inappropriate manner, and it was just like a hammer. And that's the problem with that, right? Like the Epic Store exclusivity. I mean, Steam has its own client, Bethesda has one, EA has one, Activision has one, Ubisoft has one, Tencent has one. Geez, how many other places have one, right? Like, and you're pissed off at one place. And what that was, when I found out, when I was having all these big arguments about that, is that a small group of people that were doing asset flips and everything else at Steam, okay, bunch of little chimps, okay, at Steam, were pissed off that Epic was doing this because it was going to ruin their business model of scamming everybody, basically. And then all of a sudden this so-called indie developer suddenly stopped being an indie developer, and now he's a World of Warcraft player again. You know what I mean? I mean, you go an entire year and a half on a channel telling people you're maybe developing games and stuff, and you don't even put any animation or game, anything up. You're just full of shit, buddy. That's why I started doing some of this too, that posting it out and doing different shit, just to show you that, you know. And because I was the smart one that went and got all this, by the time the year's ended, they're all shut up about it now. Okay? They're all shut up about it now. Right? You don't hear that going on very much anymore at all. And because Kappa, okay, one guy would, I mean, this guy does really edgy, critical stuff. And YouTube keeps shoving, he showed a screenshot of what YouTube is shoving towards him, right? And they kept, putting him into that category of made for kids. It was just, and that was how they were screwing around with him. And that's how you know that there's a guy with a button that can go, and screw you anytime. It's not the AI. They do have an AI system, but then they can have a person go, well, what's this guy up to? He's making a bit too much noise. Let's just crank him down a little bit. We need to make 26%, more than, for the next year. And see, this is the thing. Okay, Google made $15 billion. Next year, they got to make more. That's how shareholders work. So get ready to get screwed again, guys. You know, that's how this works. It's not a revenue sharing model. You know, I love being a slave. How about you guys? Let's do something. In what other industry do you do shit for an entire year or two for nothing, and then hope to get, monetized and paid, and then get canceled? Whenever. Like, it's just. Okay, where is this thing? This side? Oh my lord. I don't know here. This is getting on my nerves too. Parking. I'm gonna have to get one of the. It's on the other side too. Okay, so we'll just do this. Forward. There we go. Yeah. I was just gonna put on the sample shooter game. Just throw in any level. Put on a basic texture, put the bots in it, and just run around for 3 or 4 hours. And people will be thinking I'm in a proper video game and everything, eh? It's just it's a bit of a joke, right? It's a sample, okay, that they gave out that you can use as a template to create a first-person shooter game. And I figured out how I could just easily just throw in levels, and the code is set up so that you can just, if you add a level and have it start from that, it'll start from that one, and then it'll rotate between the ones that it has as a base thing. I should do that. I think I'll do that tomorrow and just see what happens, right? See if anyone notices, you know what I mean? Hey, cool game, where do I buy it? Oh my lord. You know what I mean? Technically, I could sell it. Like anything that's made in the Unreal Engine, I'm allowed to commercially use, right? Anything they give us, right? You can do that. It's just, you know what? You'd be, oh. If I saw you doing it, I'd be letting you know about it. I'd be yelling at you about, and to everyone around you, how free it is. See, the thing with, and while I like some of the first-person shooters, okay, the problem I have with it is there's never enough maps. And the maps seem small, right? And you only have a small time frame to do things, right? And it's really mindless, okay? And you got to think, people are going to have to watch this, right? And it's not a kick on some people. They're doing pretty well. Like you'll get to a certain level doing some of this stuff, right? But you got to think, okay, well, now what? Right? Now what? Now what am I going to do? Okay? That's why I change it up sometimes with different ships or different stuff. And I don't know, maybe it's attention deficit disorder. I don't know. I've never been diagnosed with it, but anyhow. fact, I got a story about one time I was rooming in this rooming house and I couldn't get any sleep because these guys were partying, all the time. And I decided to go to I freaked out one day and I walked out of my room with like a baseball bat and told the guy to shut up so I could get some sleep. And then I realized, holy jeez, that's craziness, right? So I went to the psychiatrist and, look, man, am I going crazy? He says, no, man, just move. You're tired. You just need some sleep. And I looked at him and went, oh shit. Yeah, I'm that tired that I had to come here for you to tell me that. He says, yeah, get the fuck out of my office. You're wasting my time. He actually said that. There's nothing wrong with you. you know? But yet, okay, I go on to disability, and here's like my family and some of they're trying to make you out like you're cuckoo in the brain. Meanwhile, I'd already been to the psychiatrist and then got a clean bill of health, right? So now I know which part of family members were assholes, right? And this is part of the things you go through in life, right? I have a physical disability. I also have a breathing problem that was caused by somebody trying to set me up by the cops, okay, which I won in court, okay? I spent I had to borrow $1,000 off a biker, okay, which I paid back $3,500, okay, to defend myself, okay. What a joke that was. And because of that, I got chlorine in the lungs that I breathed in and almost died, okay. Like, it's just something about me you don't know, right? You wonder why I don't take shit from people, right? It's just, But anyway, so, long story short. Long story short. Yeah. I'm in a real ranty mode today, Just woke up with a tinge of a headache, looked outside, and everything's just miserable. Meh. Need to go get that baby Vader out again and have him dance around or something. Have him juggle Death Stars. You see? Well, that would be kind of funny. What am I going to do today? And he's sitting there, juggling a Death Star. A couple of them. You see? I don't even need drugs, right? I'm naturally stoned. I think that's what happens after you do drugs in your youth and then, for a while, and then you stop. You just don't need them anymore. Yeah, that's it. Sure. I swear, LSD had nothing to do with it. And talk. Yes. Trade. Whoops. Come on, give me that. Yeah, there's the one. Lots of turrets. I have turret syndrome. Yeah, there you go. Woo. No, you see, and there would be someone who would be offended of that had Tourette syndrome, so I can see that. Okay. As a joke, that's about as low as I would go, right? If you can't laugh at yourself, who can you laugh at, right? That's like, and I kind of agree with George Carlin, right? He was talking about words and how everybody's making it, every generation is getting softer and less right? Like, think of the word cripple. Okay, that's got a mental image, and then, physically challenged. I mean, it makes you think longer about it, number one. It's more syllables, and it actually sounds kind of... And then what was he saying? He was saying, what was the other thing he said there? I forgot. But anyway, that little headache just hit me. Oh boy, Zotin here, eh? Where is the... Ugh. I can't find the... Oh, there it is. Over here. I'm gonna hit something. I know it. Oh, 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 oh. Where is it? It's down there. Oh my god. Read in the asteroid field. Yeah, sure. Go over. Oh, there we go. I got rid of them. 2 of them, anyway. Turn around and get rid of the rest of them, will you? I need to go to the other path. Be careful. Got to be careful here. This is really tricky. There we go. Somebody was telling me that there was a way to take like a 3D ship that's like in a OBJ file, and there's a program that will actually make it so that you can input that into this game. That would be a bit trippy. Ooh. Yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Now let's go out into deep space. Once I get to the research station again, I'll go into the chat and say hi to everybody. Not long. I should have some upgrades after that big battle in the middle from yesterday. That was crazy shit. And I'll show you right now. See the numbers 1 and 2 there, just like right here, right? Okay, watch. See that one there go dark? That's what I should have done when I started that battle, because you don't want to hit your ally ships. Now we have a big enemy over there. Oh well. We'll have to make friends with the other side there. So what I'm gonna do, maybe tomorrow, what I'll do is I'll fire up the Unreal Engine. I'll bring down some textures, and I'll just show you guys how easy it is to make a level for this sample thing. And then let's just suddenly see if anybody gets smart and starts making a few of these things, right? I just want to see if anybody's got the brain cells to, you know, get off their ass and do something, rather than whine and complain about, you know, Doctor Who being a female, the Bond woman is a lesbian, which is taken over for the man, and you know, how Margot Robbie wants you to watch her film because of morality when she's dressed up like a slutty little whore, and let's see, you know, the list goes on. I mean, I hear people whining about this, and I go, be the solution, okay, rather than part of the problem, right? Start doing things. People get burned out from the negativity, is what it is. It works for so long, and you get a core group of people that are just negative, right? And I apologize to some of you guys for listening to this shit, but you know, I get a couple days of the week where I just go, I had enough of this shit, all of it, right? And the thing is, that kind of rage will get you a lot of followers quick, right? And then what? Then what? Then you sit there and you got to make more of the rage to keep going, and so therefore you have become part of the problem. You see how what I'm getting at there? How certain people then need to have conflict in order to continue doing things, because if they don't, they got nothing on their channel otherwise. There's no creativity there. Where's the creativity in if you actually believe what you're saying about Doctor Who, let's say, right? Stop talking about it. Stop it. Just say, you know, and if someone brings it up, say, no, I am not involved with that. I don't want nothing to do with it, blah, 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 blah. Right? No, instead you'll go pay a subscription fee, giving them money, and yakking about it and watching it. I don't know. I honestly could not think of putting myself through that shit. Sorry, guys. I couldn't do it. No. Once they announced that, I was done with it. Even the current season, that Peter Capaldi, I barely watched any of it. And that's the decline right there, right? And that's too bad. Because 1966 was also a year that had the Again, I have to like Star Trek the original series. Canada used to have a rule that once something goes into the public domain, it can't come back out. Okay. Now, if that rule is still in there somewhere in the copyright rules, that means the original series of Trek is in the public domain, and that will include all 3 seasons. Okay. And the thing about Doctor Who, the way it goes with television, is it goes from the start of the season until it's done with. Okay. That would mean you would get up to from 1966 to 1989 in the public domain for Doctor Who, which that's amazing. You get all the 70s, the third and fourth Doctor. The second, third, and fourth Doctor, in my opinion, were the real crazy ones, where it started to get cool, right? But anyway, after that, it gets just, it's like a bad budget nightmare. The 80s. And people think that Sylvester McCoy was good. That was terrible. Terrible. I mean, have you even watched anything else? And to give you an idea, some of the writers, okay, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, remember him? He passed away the other day. He actually wrote for Doctor Who in the 70s, the fourth Doctor, okay? That's why you get some really crazy, cool stories, okay? You got people that are whack doing them. It was a crazy time. Oh yeah, sold it. Okay. Over here. Anyway. Now there is a mod that I can set up here that apparently does like Star Trek sounds for like phasers and weapons and things. But again, I wouldn't want to be doing that in a live stream or a recorded stream because copyright. Yep. I am not part of that system. I'm the solution. Or at least trying to be. Yeah, and that's another one. You'll get resistance from certain people that really are the same thing as the bad copyright people that are masquerading as, whatever, because they want to cover their bases. Those kinds just kind of sit around and it's kind of like when all of a sudden you'll start seeing musicians creeping around a lot when you're doing well, all right? Because they're looking for an angle to sell products to you. That's what that is. And I'm like, I almost want to make a silent animation. You know what I mean? Just have subtitles. Like, screw this. Screw you and your music industry with 90 million years of copyright and trolling YouTube and messing with everybody. That's the way everyone ends up feeling. Oh boy. I guess maybe I should. No, let's go the other way. It would be a little safer. Like that. There we go. Let's see if we can not hit the big station. There we go. Yeah, wow. And then want to hear a really ignorant comment I heard there on Twitter? Somebody was going off at somebody about them saying that they were adopted by a Mohawk and and that by blood they were Scottish or whatever. You know what the neat thing was? I'm sitting there looking at this going, my dad, who's passed away, was a Hell's Angel, and he was a Mohawk. He didn't know he was a Mohawk until later because he himself was adopted. And then he found out, and because of the U.S. rules on that, they don't tell you anything about it, so he never did find out who his real parents were. Okay? Me, on the other hand, I do by law get to know that, and while he's alive, I never bothered with any of that because he's the guy that's looking after me. He's the one that deserves all the credit. Okay? No one else does. That's the way I see it. and I'm Irish, okay? And the family that he was adopted into is Irish and Scottish, and it's a huge, huge family. There's 500,000 families of us in North America. Do some math. Try putting that in a field. Anyhow, so I just kind of comes back, and says, you know, what are you, some kind of idiot, ignorant person? Like, what's wrong with you that you would say something like that to anyone? Okay, that you're mouthing them off for saying that. You don't call someone ignorant for that. They're trying to be honest with you about something that, and you're being upset about it on Twitter. So I went right back at that person, and another one was, regarding what was it? Something on a lawyer's page. This guy wrote 3 paragraphs trying to call me grossly and all this other shit, and I just went right back at him, and I haven't heard a damn thing back since. You know you're doing it right when you can write 3 paragraphs back, okay, on a lawyer's YouTube page, and nothing happens to you, okay? Because A, you got to give examples, people. If you're gonna say someone is something or whatever, you got to give some examples, right? Anyway, let's go up here. Where is that doohickey? That's not what I wanted. Where is it? Where did it go? Am I even in the right directory? No, I'm not. It's this one. That's a research station. Okay. One more jump, then I'll take a little bit of a break here. Get a coffee, say hi to everybody. And here's the thing. Yeah, here's another one too. I want every single person in this chat to grow. I want you all to help each other out, because by helping each other, you actually do help me. Because if there's more people watching you, there's more people watching me. That's how it works. It's like a legalized pyramid scam, this YouTube thing, right? That's the way it seems. I mean, and remember, I've got 451 people now, right? And yeah, if you put them all in a room, that's a lot of people. You know what I mean? That was something someone was explaining, and you can think of it that way. Even 100 people, right? And just think that way, and then it makes you feel better about having them, and not depressed that you're not at 1K yet with 4,000 watch hours. You know. Yeah. Gotta go do some shopping here after a little while and get some more grub, and yep. And then sit down and map all this out properly and do a real professional level. The Quixel people gave out a really good tutorial on how to use their textures on creating maps and things. So I'm gonna go right through that and become an expert at it. And that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna become a massive little crazy little level designer, and I'll make like 50 of these levels, and I'll put them in a video game, and everyone will go, you'll never not have enough levels. And they'll be big enough that you can run around and whatever, That's the whole point. Like, you got to realize what corporations are doing. They're giving you the absolute least that will make them the most money. That is what they are. They are parasitical capitalist individuals. They're not capitalist, they're parasitic. They want everything. A parasite wants to eat everything. Okay? That's a difference. There's a big difference between I don't mind making a buck, right? And making all the bucks. Okay? It's two different mentalities, right? I fall into the latter of where I don't mind making a buck, but I don't want to have to cause all kinds of grief to you, the end user, that you have to sell your soul in order to afford it. Like that's part of the reason why I actually made a post at Epic's site, and when I was having difficulties with the 424, and I said, you know, you go away for vacation for a month and a half and leave and do this update where it screws around. I lost an entire project because this update stuff corrupts if I just move files around. Why can't I do that? Why won't it let me do that? Right, number one. Number two was, and then I spelled out what I was doing. I was going to take all your free assets, turn it into a project for a little cinematics, and maybe even do up a little video game thing or something. Right? Now, a lot of people say, well, that's just an asset flip. No, because there's going to be some original content here and there and everything else, and everything will be done with respect rather than just something being cheesy and cheap. That's the big difference between, an asset flip and somebody who at least is trying to, you got to remember, I'm one guy, right? I'm one guy, right? I can only do so much in a day. And I've got this YouTube thing here where I got to start thinking about. That's why I'm doing the live streams, is because I got to start thinking about watch time. Because I don't want to sit there with 1,000 hours or 1,000 subs and going, I only have like 500 watch minutes, 500 hours of watch minutes. Okay? I don't want to have to be there, I want to already be able to do that, right? That 10.9 hours we all need every day, right? And I explain that to people too, right? I says, all the people that are subscribed to me, I think the number was up around 70% of them are all monetized, right? So I got to thinking, maybe when I speak my mind like this, I'm saying the things that maybe some of you would like to say, but just maybe you're a little scared to say it, which is fine, So I kind of don't do this big a push to get subs, because once I'm subscribed, then who's going to take my place, right? This is how you got to think of things, right? I went through this in the 90s with this hacker thing I ran, right? I hurt my back. I wanted to find someone to replace me. I couldn't find anyone in the world to replace me. There's no one like me. Imagine that. Everyone else had an agenda or could be bribed or influenced. That was the problem I had. That's why in the end, I just said, guys, with all this spying going on that we know is going on, it might be just safer for everybody to go their own ways and just maybe come back maybe when the world sorts this stupid mess out. Kind of like thinking of ourselves as watchers, right? We just kind of observing things, right? So, years go by, and you just say, well, that's the end of that. What's next? What can I do? I want some entertainment. And then I look at all this crappy entertainment and I go, well, I'll get my brain cells into this. I programmed MUDs in C++, so I got my brain somewhat into that. Unreal Engine uses C++. This is good. This is part of the, where I got a leg up on a lot of people, is not only can I use blueprints, but I can actually code, right? I can actually code. Oh no. You never seen me program, have you? I should bring up that little old PHP 5 browser thing there. I'll give you what I'll do is I'll put up a link one day for the incomplete version, okay? Now, it has all the systems you need, okay? And if you're smart, you could take it and you could make something with it that isn't Dungeons and Dragons, okay? That was why it was popular to grab, because I had created something using 5 years of dynamic HTML snippets, put them all together, coded this all up, had the MySQL interface set up, and had it so that you could actually, if you go back and look at the first edition Dungeons and Dragons, there were these things called the mass combat rules, and there were some modules, right? That's the games, where you would have armies and you would fight around a map. Well, I created that inside a game in a browser. Okay, that's kind of like, what happened was Bell Canada. I come home I went out for New Year's one time. I got attacked on the way home. I was wearing a General Motors jacket, so I looked wealthy. And this guy, and I had a limp because of my bad back. It's a sciatic nerve, so it messes with your knees and leg. And he come up behind me and hit me with a stick right in the face, and my nose just exploded in blood. Well, I reached back and I hit somebody. Turns out it was a girlfriend with him. Took her teeth out, grabbed him by the hair, smacked his head right off the pavement, and then just kind of dazedly wandered out of this parking lot after I tuned these two idiots, and bled 1,000 feet to the house. Passed out. Apparently, Bell Canada had decided after I paid for my my phone, to go and cut me off for no reason, just because they're being jerks about the fact that when my dad was ill, he moved in with me for a bit, and I got him a PVR, paid the deposit, paid for it, and then when they came and took it back, they tried to say they didn't get it, right? Well, I got a receipt, assholes, and when I show the receipt, then they sort things. And they kept doing this to me where every time I had a service, and this is why I'm with Tech Savvy. So anyway, back to this story. So I come home, they'd cut my service off, so I didn't have a telephone to call an ambulance. Oh yeah, here I am bleeding, like, just, turn on the tap. I mean, I'm in a rooming house my dad owns, and people woke up in the morning seeing all this blood going, what the hell? And in fact, apparently, they screwed up and didn't turn off my internet. So apparently I emailed my internet provider, who then sent the fire department, the ambulance, and the police over to, so I wake up in a pool of blood with an ambulance, right? And then I get down to the hospital, my nose is broken, right? And who's down there? This asshole that had done this to me in a neck brace. Sitting there waiting to get an x-ray. I go over and I sit down beside him, man. I lean over and says, hey man, was that worth it? And his buddy's sitting there behind him going, oh shit. I could just grab this guy by the head and shake him, he'd be just like, ah. Oh. There's karma, you know what I mean? Like, what were the odds of that happening, eh? Anyway, hold on here a minute. Let me get a light if I can get this thing lit. So anyway, let's go into the chat here and say hi to people. Hey, Willie. Yep. How's it going? Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I was a little woke up going. Yep. I see some stuff sometimes that makes me wonder what people are up to. That's the thing, right? And it's like, damn, smoke went out. Let's try that again. Anyway, so yeah, lots of upgrades here. Holy jeez, look at that. Aha, got the good one. Good. Wow, look at all this. This is why I like this game. You always get lots of stuff. Since the new update, you're getting lots of loot now, which is nice. Like, look at all these hyperspace things. I was having such a hard time getting those before. It's almost like he's watching me play. Ooh. Somebody's thinking, well, why is that former hacker guy playing this video game? I'm gonna go check it out. Here's a good sales pitch for people, eh? Yeah, what's he up to, man? I don't know. Whatever, eh? It's just a whatever day. Kind of mucky outside there too, man. It's just awful. it's just coming down like nuts. Where are we here? Wow, that's a lot of stuff. Okay. Excuse me. There's 4 in that? Okay. Let's see what happens. Okay. Okay, now we go up to here. Oh, let's see. Anything a 5 in here? There's one. Just do that. There's another one. Let's get rid of these. Oh, there we go. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. What else we got here? Ooh, look at all this stuff. Lasers never do much damage, but they're consistent, eh? That's a thing. Jeez. Upgrades. Oh, something's gonna attack the sector, I knew it. Quick. We got one arm there. Okay, so do that. Alright. Oh shit. Alright. They don't bother me, I don't care then. What's this? Hull polarizer. Oh, 47. That's funny. Only got 4 there, eh? Not much to do here. Bloody hell. You just shot at me. You. Need something longer range, man. What do we got here? Armed and unarmed. Okay. Not up there. What else we got here? Always get lots of these. Oh boy. Oh boy. What's gonna do the weapons? Still nothing to write home about. Okay. Let's take a minute here. Go back into chat for a bit. Yeah. And how you doing, Endgame? Glad to see you drop by again, too. Hope you're feeling better, too. Yeah, I hope both of you are feeling good. Two of the most loyal YouTubers in the universe, right there. You know, it would be nice if some of the nicer people that are loyal like that were actually monetized, because then that would spread out and you would have a better community, at least in my opinion. A more healthy one, anyway. You know, you can still have the ragers and all that other stuff, because, you know, in a way, getting back to that, you do need somebody to critique things, to say this is bullshit, right? But, you know, the sad part is that when it's that bad, as it's been in the last few years, there just comes a time when you just got to say, look, that for my mental health, it's not healthy to be watching that kind of stuff. Why would I subject myself to the very things that I'm against constantly on a daily or weekly basis or whatever? Why would I do that unless I'm something wrong with me too? You know? Jesus, damn thing isn't. Come on, you. I think I ran out of fluid. Yeah, maybe, eh? Hold on. Okay, be back in a minute here. Gotta sort something. Okay. So we'll do another run of this stuff, and then I should have enough purple get some purple upgrades by now. Okay, let's see. We'll do this. I think I can go all the way up to there, eh? Is that a equipment dock? Yep. Yep. How is my fighter situation here? Are they all done? Almost. I'll do that too. How many minutes does that take? 11 minutes of fighter? Okay. I lost them all in that big fight. Oh, another thing I'll do tomorrow is I'll start building a fleet, so you'll see how you use multiple ships. I remember how to do that, so I'll have to find out how I do this new turret system because it's darn confusing. I can make a one-slot turret. That's it. Every neat design looks like you need 4, and I don't know how to do it, so. The little things, you know, that you'll look at. And I might show up at, I don't know. Seems like Epic's focus is this month is a little bit on mobile, so. You know, gotta give everything a little bit of love, I guess. But anyhow. I really do have a lot of stuff to work with, so it's just one of those things where, you know, it's kind of like a game you get where you can just build. It's like there was a game called Rift, and they gave you an instance, and then they let you build whatever you wanted to, right? It's kind of like that, right? The difference is that you can do more with it, right? One of the things I got to figure out how to do, which I will, is create, like, there's this portal system, right, that they had. So to use that and have like a portal on each planet, right, and you could go to other planets, and then let's say you have a story, not quite like Stargate SG-1, but something like that. You know, I mean, you don't have to copy their shit, right, and whatnot. You can do something far different, right? Stay away from trying to be the same as everybody else as much as you can. But I'm just saying, like, for movement of a animated series, you could have this system that's discovered, and you have a giant pyramid, and in the side of the thing is, you know, whatever. That sounds like Stargate. Well, you don't do it that way then, right? And you don't make a circle with a glowy little bit, right? You do it differently. Jesus. Something with this cigarette here where it just keeps going out on me. There. Okay. Next. Where are we here? I could go up there, but I'll just go down here. Just do another run. I gotta get the systems. And over here. There we are. Right. It's Wednesday, I think, right? Yeah, there goes the snowplow. They'll be doing that a few more times, I can tell you. The entire sky looks white. It's just, everything's white. And you thought, you know, you thought winter is done? Welcome to February, the coldest month of the year, where the Earth's orbit is furthest from the sun. Beep. Come on, let's go, 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 go. Come on here, all day. The ship slowed down or something. I gotta put some more thrust on this sucker. Nope. Yeah, there's another green one. Okay. Good, 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 good. Whoa. I think we'll just do one of these. Go out. Clear the station. Hit the map. Go over here. I'll see about maybe doing some multiplayer of this on the weekend to show you what it's like and starting over, and you know, it's just there's only so many servers and most of them seem to be in Europe and I'm in Canada, so one thing is you don't want to be, you look at your ping times, and if it's under 100 you're good. Okay, anything more than that and it starts to be an issue that you'll create issues for people on the server. 300 and you should definitely change servers. Okay, that's just a little hint for some of you. Flawless. Another green one. Good. Space is big. There we go. Got an urge to eat like a big, beefy meat pie. So 2 more cases of, I guess the quarantine. There's a ship that they quarantined everybody on. 2 more of the people on it that are Canadians have that coronavirus. I don't know, man. When you start having to use AIDS drugs for your things, that's not a good sign. All we need is an airborne AIDS virus. That'd just be, holy moly, that'd be it. Then you'd see some serious panic in the universe. Me? I just lock the roommate in another room and leave him there. Yeah, sorry, buddy. You're done. That's it. You can't go out no more. No. Have to have somebody order your food in for you, right? Get a hazmat suit on to go do your laundry. Maybe I'll make an apocalyptic world like that, eh? Base it on this thing and just kind of make it look like it's real news and shit, and then it'd be like, people be like freaking out, be like War of the Worlds. No, you can't do that. You get arrested or some shit, probably. Call you fake news and all that shit. Google came out with some software that's supposed to be able to detect fake images. I'm kind of laughing at that. I'm thinking, yeah, but they don't let you have a download of it. You got to apply to get it. Yeah, so they know who's looking at this shit. You have no idea. I already have a copy, you fools. Never try and deny me software. We were joking around, you know, how some people call you what is it, misogynistic or male whatever, and I'm like, join the misogynist side. I guess is the term, eh? I got around these rocks. Rock and roll. Hoochie coo. Yeah, I was gonna say. This is the boat. Another green one. Nice. That's a turret. Starting to move a little quicker now, eh? Just drive. Yeah. Yeah. Where'd it go? Where are you? There you are. Lawless again. One way down at the bottom. Ooh, bolters. Nice. balls. Yeah, this weather's giving me a headache. Need more coffee. Yeah, that's it. I take a spoonful of instant and just start eating it. Beep. Little moment of lag there. Yeah. Hold on a sec, I'll check the chat. Just a second here. Ooh, there we go. 2 of the blue ones. Nice. Perfect. Perfect. And a bunch at the bottom. Nice. Nice, nice. There goes the snow truck again. Yeah, I like those little ones. They look like little miniature tanks, and they got the little thing on it, and they go over the sidewalks. They're cool. I like those. See, I could get paid to drive around in one of them. I can handle that. Oh, someone calling for help. All right. I can't see because of this black thing in front of my face. Look at that, I almost ran into an asteroid field. Cool. Can I shoot that? How about this guy? Alright, here's your... You're welcome. Okay, let's go get that blue one over here. See, there's some loot over here, right? Okay. That one and that one, and then we turn around, we go underneath this, and turn around, and there should be a green one over here. There it is. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to show you what a salvaging laser does. I think I got enough space for something, right? Systems. What is this? Look at this, eh? I can't even, I got so many weapons I can't see the bottom. Hold on, let's see here. Okay, wait a minute, I definitely got something I can put there. 5 and 2. Okay. Here, we'll do this. We'll do that. That gives me 2 extra. Right? Wow. Almost can't fit on the screen. There's my turret. I got turrets. I got these. Press a number and assign them to a group. Oh, I got torpedoes. Torpedoes. Okay. Alright. I'll show you what a salvaging laser does. I'm going to put that there. I don't know, I don't have any miners. Don't worry about it. I'll solve that in a minute. I need 6 miners? Okay, so Take a gunner away. And then we go. There we go. Now everybody's happy. Then you go like this. Oh, wait. Okay. Let that save for a minute. And then we do this. Go back over here. This would be my number 3 key. Alright. Then you go B. Now, watch this. Oh, wait. Will it work? What's going on here? Oh, I did something wrong, I guess. Hold on a minute here. Salvaging lasers, yeah. Okay. Oh, that's why. I gotta back up. I can't aim at it. There we go. Clean up, aisle 4. I can't even see what I'm shooting at there. That's just crazy. That might give me something. Oh, there's a little thing there, see? So I turn that off, put these back on, and I just roll up over it. Yeah, smash! Smash into it. That's what you do. A big trash compactor in the front. And that's how you do that. So if I attack the station, and then I can just go and get up all the stuff. Okay. Time to close the window. Got enough fresh air in here. It's starting to get cold. Okay. Hit the M key. And we're back over there. And when I get in here, I'll check the chat and say hi to whoever shows up and say, hey, what's up? What's up? How's your day going? It's really cool to see people enjoying themselves, though. And I'm glad to see that the COPA thing hasn't been such a bad an issue as we all thought it might be. And I think there's a couple of reasons. As the FTC is largely controlled by the Republicans, and they don't want to seem like they're banhammering people, anybody. They don't want to, you know what I mean? Like, we're coming up on an election. It's kind of a, yeah, they need to find the big bad company that's doing silly things, but they don't really want to make examples out of the rest of us, right? Like, I'm not data collecting on kids. I mean, what the hell's that about? Anyway. As far as I remember, you had to be an adult to be here in the first place. It's a parental issue. Deal with it. You know? Alright, there's some more of them hyperspace things. Here we go. Just gonna roll the neck around. Ooh, nice bolter. Ooh, nice point defense system. Make like a motorcycle in space. Oh wait, I go down here. Whee! So anyway, the reason I posted that giant flying banana was because of silent scopers. We have a little running joke about stuff. It's just kind of... he's gonna have to learn to be a little careful with the language, because even though I know it's a joke, somebody else might not know and be thinking the wrong thing, right? Like, I can joke around with my buddies and call them all kinds of things, right? Because they know it's a joke, right? But to other people, it might be, oh no, you know what I mean? Like, and that's part of the... I don't know. And an AI system wouldn't understand that at all. So, you know, got to be careful, guys, for language and things these days. Like they you know, I gotta do this. I got dizzy doing that. Flawless. Yeah, one. Yeah. Meep. Meep. Oh yeah, not perfect with these peoples. Should sort that one day. Where's the damn thing? Holy jeez. Flipping me the wrong way. Oh. Do 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 do. Yeah, I got the Creep Show theme song stuck in my head now. Ah. Do 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 do. That half a second is as much as you'll get out of my mouth. Where'd it go? Oh my lord. Here we go with the hidden equipment dock thing again. Where the frack are you? Oh, you're down here. That's also another way to slow yourself down, just so you know. Start spinning like that. Little tips, little tips. Well, we'll see. Much on the hyperspace this run around. Oof. Too bad, eh? In your face station. Yeah, with a headache, I don't end up doing much in a day. Just sort of. That's how the weather's cold and dry, and then it's warm, and then it's. It's like your head, person's skull is like expanding and contracting with the weather, and when it gets cold, it starts shrinking, and like all your brains inside are like squished, and it's like ah, your eyeballs are like oh, this hurts. So you go to like the pharmacy and they give you like stuff to make your blood thin, so that your blood's less thick, and then that like relieves the pressure. Yeah, that's how it works, man. No kidding. Your blood gets too thick. That's why my eyesight's going. Because for 17 years I was taking some pain medicine that had acetaminophen in it, which is aspirin, that thins your blood, and I already had thin blood, so then you go off it, and then you thicken your blood up, and then the blood vessels at the back of your eyeballs are going, yeah. I mean, I can't win for losing some days, but anyhow. It's okay at a distance, but I guess close up I can't see like I used to, and it's just suddenly real quick, eh? How this happened, and that's why I know it's related to medicine. I don't know, what do? I go down to the pharmacy and just get some bloody aspirin and start having my vision back? I mean, that's pretty stupid. Apparently you can get what's called a Section 8 in Canada. Not for the mental issues, no, this is for medicine. It allows you to have it covered by the OHIP things, if it's something that you're going to need. So I'd have to go to a doctor, and I don't have a doctor anymore, because mine retired and never did the appropriate thing and got everybody a doctor. He just, the government was pissing on him, and he just said, the hell with everybody. He had enough. Yep. $500,000 a year, and he just said, fuck all you, I'm out of here. I made enough money, or he was triple booking people. Like, he would have 3 of us come from out of town, and we'd be in his office for 5 minutes, and he'd book for 15 minutes. Like, what a nice scam that is, eh? Getting like $100 for like 5 minutes. Yeah, man. So in 15 minutes he made $300. So he's making $1,200 an hour. So you come there for 8 hours, right? What's that work out to? Well over 10, almost, yeah, well over 10 grand for a day. Do that 5 days a week, right? 50 grand a week. Do the math. Yeah, it's a little more than 500,000. But anyway, it's just to show you what's wrong with the medical situations. All these guys are they're becoming as bad as Microsoft. Okay, I was over. Wait a minute, where's the research? There's a research station here and there. Where'd it go? There you are. There's a couple neat mods I might want to try with this that does different things with the game too. We'll see. Plus I got the Battlefield Gothic, and I got the Warhammer stuff. I want to play around more with that stuff. What the hell is this? I think my game's gone corrupted. Look at this shit. Look at that, man. Yep. My game's busted, boys. Look at this shit. Okay, let's try this again. Nope. What is this? How did I get that? Oh, I must have bought it by accident. Oh, yeah, okay. I know what I did wrong there. Whoops. I went and bought all these things by accident. Clipped the wrong thing. Okay. That's cool. Whatever. Let's just get rid of this shit too. Salvaging lasers also are good, real close up when you're in a big fight like I was there not yesterday. You can turn them on and you just like salvage the living ship. It's just like this is like a beam that tears the ship apart. It's kind of funny. A lot of people don't do that, and I'm like, why not? Well, I guess the idea would be is that you can get better weaponry to actually do real damage, but anyhow. Ooh, excuse me. Good enough for now. Up here, I think I got 5 in here. There's one. Oh, right there. There's another one. Whoops. Twitchy finger syndrome. Jeez, I think I'm gonna have a lot of energy things. Two, three, four, 5. It always does that too. It's like a pattern. I've noticed that. Yeah, a little bit boring for the moment. But it sets it up so you can have fun later. Meep meep. Road runner. Still not there. Not purple yet. Getting there though. Let's see what's up here. 4 of these now, eh? This is what? Mining system. Okay. What's this do? Oh, okay. So you right click on this and then it calls in merchant. Huh, neat. Okay. Could be handy in the middle of nowhere. Cargo hold. Yeah. Okay, maybe one more run. The grind is real. Let's see here. Let's do this first. That's a double bolter. It's another double bolter. What else we got here? The pulse cannon. What's this do? Oh yeah, 75% chance. You know what I'm gonna do? Over here. First things first. Bye-bye. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to do this first. Okay, jeez. Take that out. Somewhere there. Arms, +5. Yeah, that'd work. For now. Yes. Oh, I got an upgrade I could do with that. What's that for? Oh, that's for speed. Interesting concept. I need more weapons, everybody. Yeah. Yeah, baby. 2, 4, 6, 7 more weapons, eh? Okay, let's see what these silly pulse cannons will do. Where is that thing? Where is it? There it is. What's the range on it? 6.25. Okay. Where am I gonna put this shit, man? I'm a running out of room, everybody. I think we're done. Yep. And I'm gonna put that as Yeah, I'll put it as part of my main package. What's my firepower? 8,000. Which is these crappy weapons. That's funny. Are these independent targeting? No, they're not. Okay. Ooh, it sounds like lasers. Okay. Time to go exploring the galaxy again. Let's go. We'll start over here and then we'll figure out where we go from there. Let's have a little run around. I'm gonna go get a coffee before I do this. I hereby rename this ship the Whale. That's just way too many weapons. That's just crazy. That'd be like having a truck, and on the front of the truck is like 100 machine guns. And if they were 50 caliber, believe it or not, a 50 caliber GPMG can actually do some crazy things to another tank. And even a 762 millimeter shell could, if it was, say, armor piercing. It would hit with such an impact with a gas powered weapon like an FNC-1A1 that it would hit the one side, and out the other side, a piece of metal might break off and fly around in the ship. And this is what they used to tell us in the military was, you know, don't try and throw grenades at it. Everyone just starts shooting at the damn tanks. Just start shooting like a crazy person. Because sooner or later, some piece of metal is going to fly off and hit somebody inside that tank in the wrong way, and it's going to start driving funny. The only anti-tank weapon they ever gave you would be to something to take out the treads, which was the most dangerous weapon they could ever hand you, because not only would it fire out the front, right, but behind you you couldn't stand either, because pieces of that would fly off the back. And yeah, oh yeah, war is an awful thing in reality. Just a sec here, I'm gonna set the microphone down for a few minutes. Hey, Hunting Blocks, how you doing, man? And there's a guy who knows a little bit more about how to play this game than I do. Yeah. How you doing, Pisces Queen? And Mr. UFO. How did you make out there yesterday after I posted you around? Did you get any extra watch time there or anything like that? Just sort of uh, like you got the subs, you just need the time, right? Like we did that for Stevie. Eh? We sat there and just a whole bunch of us and just watched him forever. We did that for like a week. It's like if think about it like this: you need we'll say 11 hours a day, right? So if two people sit there, right, you need 5.5 out of both of them. So 4 people, right, and it goes and so on. So if you get 11 people in there, you need to do a stream for an hour, right? That kind of thing. Or you could do, and what I would do as a suggestion is think about time zones, right? And chunking up doing say 2 hour live streams a day instead of say like I do one big 4 hour one or something, right? I've actually noticed that the watch time's starting to creep up there, so that's good, you know. I'm actually at the I'm past the time for what you really need now for on an average, right? But then I also do posts on news, right? Other things, that Unreal Engine stuff now and then. Stuff that's visual and not really, and I use it in a way that's my own, right? Which is one of the other things I was saying there earlier. Hello, Shambolic. How's it going, man? Yeah. So anyway, I'm just running around here testing out the new loot system, and it seems to be it's giving me more stuff I need, right? Like if you were a beginning player, this is going to help you out a lot, right? Like the hyperspace stuff, that's a huge one, right? And then the energy things. There's 4 things that are always guaranteed now to be in that station, which that was a problem I was having before, was I'd never get the hyperspace things. It was so annoying. I would come on stream, right, and I'd get a couple, and then I'd go off stream and I'd get none for hours. It was like, let's see, we want the public to think it's getting lots of loot, and then when he goes offline, we'll just stop him from getting anything. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. On the weekend, I was thinking too. What I might do is, um, yeah, I should. If I'll post my Discord as a link. I think it's in my about page. But anyway, if some people want to come in and play this game and they have it, right? I'll set up a server and let you play it all weekend, right? I'll just go and do some other things. Like I've got 10 megabit upload speed, unlimited, right? And I am allowed to run services with my internet service provider, right? So, just this thing for people that want to, muck around. And I have everything backed up, so if some idiot hacker comes by and does stupid shit, it's no big deal, guys. That's as soon as you take away the ha 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 part of it, people move on to someone they can get a rise out of. That's what's a little tip from someone who knows, right? As soon as it's no fun anymore, they just don't do it. There's no money here. There's no, there's nothing I have that anyone else doesn't have. Well, except on some hard drives, which I don't attach to the internet then, right? Gotta keep it safe. Gotta keep it safe. That's the other stuff I have. Anyway. I'm like a librarian. I'm like a pack rat. I never get rid of stuff that's interesting and neat. I got code that goes back to the 90s. And it's amazing. You pull something up and you try it, or you tweak it a bit, and then it works new again, right? And then you're mucking around with something cool. I did that for this browser game, right? I took bits and pieces that other people had done in completely different ways, mixed it all together, recoded bits and pieces of it, mixed it all together, added about another 10,000 lines of my own code, and I came up with this little thing that you would move little square pieces around, right, that were the images from their modules. So I took the images, cut the images up, and then you have the little armies that were the images that say, like, this is the movement rate, and this is the strength of the army, here's the name of the army, and then it moves in a hex map across all over the place. And then you had this little war game going on. It was really cool. And back in the 90s, everyone was just like, holy shit, that's cool. I said, yeah, Bell Canada almost killed me, and this is what I did. Well, I had no internet. Yeah, because the other part to the story I was talking about earlier is after I was attacked, and Tech Savvy saved my life by getting me the ambulance, okay, they ripped Bell a new asshole because what they had done to me was illegal. And so what Bell did was cut my service off, which was also illegal for 3 weeks. Okay? So in that 3-week period I did this game and I was mucking around with it, and after that, okay, I just, you know, I learned about law there and civil lawsuits. I was going to sue Bell Canada, and that's when they stopped pissing around with me. And the next time I had an install, they sent out a corporate executive to stand there and watch the guy install my internet. It was hilarious. It's like, don't screw with this guy. Yep. I mean, they even had some people on the DSL Reports forum that were trying to dox me and everything too, because when I got a scan to show Bell Canada that I had paid this, and then I kind of just, you know, would blank out my name. It would just show the, you know, whatever, right? I wanted to post that up on, because there were people that were attacking me about it and everything else, and so I posted up there. But what I didn't realize is it didn't quite blank out my name. So then they were, you know, going on about that too, and I was like, right? Like, you got to be careful with some websites. They're just so anti-user, right? Anyway, the good thing there is that what these idiots didn't realize was I actually know the owner of Tech Savvy back then, and I was discussing with him, you know, different ways to keep his network secure and what some of the bad actors were up to, so that we all could be a little safer, right? You know, so pad my back, I pad your back kind of thing, you know what I mean? And I was even able to resell services with these people. And that's, you know, every time someone got an account with Tech Savvy, I used to get an extra $1 a month. They had to end that because Bell Canada has been screwing around for the last couple of years, overcharging them, and they're in court, and they won the court case, but then Bell Canada appealed, and during the appeal, they stopped them from getting the money. Yeah. And you know what? And prior to that, Tech Savvy, having won the case, came to me and gave me $5 extra a month off. Well, the problem is they're losing $5 a month now with me, right? Which isn't fair. So, like, they're going to win. It's just, you know, what Bell did was they submitted a 9,000-page document about it, about losing, about overspending. And this is a guy, this is a bunch of clowns that bragged that their streaming TV service cost them, what was it again? $10 a month in cost, but wanted to charge people for 25 megabit internet $125 over the same network. You know what I mean? You can't get that as precious as we got it up here in Canada, where we expose some of the stupidity. It was just hilarious. It was right at the end of a government meeting. He said that, and we're all like, "Wait a minute, wait, what? Okay, it's 25 megabit to stream the service, and it's 25 megabit to the user. They're both the same speeds, and you're bragging that you're making 12 and a half times your money." And you're crying to the government that you're not making enough. That was really rich, man. Really rich. And that tells you how much bandwidth does not cost. It does not cost money at all. And think, it's cheaper nowadays. Okay? They've got new ways of making fiber optics that make it even cheaper now. So that 25 megabit might only cost them $5 a month. Okay? For a whole month unlimited. Oh yeah. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I got some weapons now that can penetrate some shields. I took a little foray there. Come on. Oh, he's too far away. Oh yeah, let's go right into the asteroid field. Yep. Let's do it at 2,000 meters per second. The hell with it. I'm gonna get you, dude. Look at that. It's like you're trying to pee on him. Gotcha! That's kind of like what it looks like, eh? It's like you're standing at this edge of your ship, leaning out going, I gotta go to the bathroom, guys. Excuse me. This is a good ship, though, Hunter. Have you tried this one? Like, right out of the box. The only thing I added, see right here in the middle? These, what do you call them? Production factories, so I can get fighters. That's the only thing. It didn't have, it didn't even have one. And yet it's got, you know, like fighter bays and everything. I was just like, what? So it must have been made before that was a requirement. Some of these ships are old, eh? You got to go in and you got to muck around with them a bit on the inside. But this one, man, look at that. Look at how quickly this turns. That's nice. I like that. Like, I could do a little bit more with it, eh? Like, what I would do is put another, what do you call it? More thrusters. Like, I'll show you what I mean. Just do this. Like, I'd go here, go down to trinium. It would be trinium or Avorion. Or trinium's light, right? Avorion's nice, though. I could do it just because it's red, right? And then you go, I think it's Alt. Yeah. There we go. Control key. Just do something like that, right? And then I'll color it red, right? And by doing that, what you do, alright, just do this. I just color it in a minute. I'll color it proper in a sec. Why is that one red? He screwed up there. Oh no, maybe not. Okay. Okay, now. Why did that not turn black? That's weird, eh? Oh, it's because there's no color. So I gotta go to, there we are. There. And then, oh, I don't know what color of gray that is. It's hard to tell, eh? Like, when you go, one of the things they should do is tell you what color it is if you're in the color thing when you mouse over things. That's one thing that would help building or modifying. I think it's this. How about that? Maybe a little darker. There we go. I just think that should be dark gray. Yeah, it just seems to fit that way instead of that red. That's kind of cool. Okay. Now let's see. Let's see how well you turn now. Let's see. Oh yeah, it just did a, like a. It was so fast there. It wanted to cause lag. That's when you know it's good. Now the only other thing, see this roly-poly thing. That's another thing I gotta fix, which is some gyroscopes. This is the thing, eh? You can get into having some real serious fun with this game. You know, you get a few people online just mucking around, and you can go months and months and months with one server, right? So I might do that on the weekend, right? Just open it up to people that come into the Discord and ask for the IP address, and then I'll let you go ahead. Then you can add it in, and then if I'm online or something and you want to play around online, we can do that or whatever, you know. Because I'm pretty sure I don't think you'd need 10 megabit internet to have like 5 people even. I don't think so. I don't think it would because let me put it this way. I had a website where I was using let's see, 16 megabit of internet, but I was also doing 120 million hits a month from traffic on web pages, which is about 12 million unique visitors a month. Okay? And that's what it required, was having that type of speed. So if you divide that down into a, you know, it takes a lot less. Yeah. So, I mean, we can even test it, eh? Because, you know, maybe eventually what I'll do is we get, probably near the end of the summer, get a second or say a third computer that I'll just use for servering, and then I can just have other streamers that are more trusted, right? Because it'll be a gated thing, right? You don't just want to let everybody in, and it'll be like a test, right? You'll be allowed to play and see if you act up once, that's it, you're gone, you know. Zero tolerance. Like, it's okay to mess around and, you know, play the game as it's meant to be, right? But outside that, if you start harassing people or stuff like that, I have a zero tolerance to it. I just say, no, that's it, you're out, bye. I'd hear your side of the story, and if other people are saying you're doing various things, you'd be gone, you know. I look up the logs and say, caught ya. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, I like the way that turned. Okay. Careful on shooting them. Take this guy over here. Gotcha. Get him. Yeah, war robots. Yeah, and you need a what do you call it? A license for that? Because if you don't, you'll ruin your diplomacy. It's something they should tell you. But we'll pay you 4 times a rate. That's not a bad deal, though. Usually. Okay. Nothing in there. This was the resource depot. What do we got over here? Got some stuff over here. Go over there. Heck yeah. I like the way that turns. Almost feels like a giant-sized fighter. Can you imagine being inside that ship when it does a turn like that? The amount of gravity in there, you'd just be splattered on the wall. Be like 15 Gs, you just mushify your brains. You'd have to be strapped into a tank full of water. It'd be the only way you'd survive that. Even then. Alright. Well, I don't know. How would you do that? How would you get by 15 Gs? I'd have to sit down and think about that. A pressurized room, maybe. That might do it. That way you don't have, I don't know, it has its own gravity setup, right? Like a 1G spinning thing that just sort of does an anti-spin to that whatever, and it would go around the room like a gyroscope kind of thing, and you'd be in the middle, and if
If you go to the left, it would spin more to the right, and you wouldn't notice it because you'd be in the room, right? Setting a system up like that, I don't know how you do it. I don't know. I really don't. But I can envision some kind of super technology thing, right? It's like at that point, that's a fantastical setup, but that would counter high gravity G forces. Anyway, yeah, when I get headaches, man, then my brain starts thinking weird stuff. Or we could just outfit you in Velcro and put you on a wall. Yeah. Eh? Only people with afros are allowed in space. No. Hey man, it's empty. Can I destroy that? I wonder, eh? Okay, so we got that system, that system, that system. Now we gotta go over here. Oh wait, what's this? Is that? I'm gonna go here first because I know that's where I gotta go. I'm just wondering if that goes to there and that goes to there, or does it go to there? Mm-hmm. Very functional ship. That's what this is. Versus pretty. It's still nice looking, mind you. Yes, yes. And how many slots does this sucker have again? 3, 6, 9. Okay. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. So this is the maximum right here. So it's already the maximum for size. So you don't need to go any bigger than this. Right? Wow. 5.5 million hull and 3.3 million shields. That's why I survived that big battle. Right there. Yeah. I actually took collision damage in it and everything else. I was like, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, I'm gonna get into modifying this ship even more. I'm gonna do something that'll make it look real evil looking. See, I got the and I'll show you what I mean. Just a quickie. I'll just go over. Oh, wrong one. Okay. Save designs. Where was it? I think it was in here. No, maybe at the bottom. No. Templates. Maybe this here. Yeah, here it is. See this thing here? Imagine putting this, okay, on a part of this somewhere, right? Yeah, that's neat looking. Where'd I find that? Hmm. And there's some kind of bug with turrets because I put 4 turret blocks down, right? Merged it even, and then tried to put a size 4 turret on top, and what it's trying to do is instead of putting it on top, it's trying to put it on the forward face, and I don't know how to move that. It was just weird. This is kind of a trippy looking thing. Hmm. Yeah, these are all. Oh yeah, here we go. I'll put this on the front. Okay, let's do that now. To clipboard. Okay, hold on. How do I resize this thing? Oh, here we are. Okay, wait a minute. Okay. Oh, I'll have to do it from the side here so I can. Come on, up. I'd go underneath. There we go. Come on up here so I can see you. I think it's the Alt key. Yeah, go to the back. Alt. And then How am I gonna put that on there? I guess like that, maybe? No, that doesn't work either. I know what I gotta do here. Gotta get around the back side of it, like that. There we go. Now, where are you gonna fit? Oh, there we go. Check this out. Come on. Oh, that one's too far down. Wait a minute. Oh, look what it did. Didn't like that at all. Okay, there you go. Now. Come on. Up a bit more. Over. Come on, you. Come on. Come on. Okay, I gotta do the same thing, but go on this side this time. Oh. There. Now you're gonna see giant teeth coming at you. I put two big eyeballs in here, over here, or something, eh? Have these like teeth all the way around the sides of the ship. You know what I mean? Yeah. Have to rotate the piece though. But that's just an idea. Now, go back over here in a serious note. Go back up here. See how big this sucker is. And where do I want to put you? Okay, first things first. Get up here on there. Go like that. Take that top piece, please. Okay. Let's see, what would that look like? Kind of want to have it reaching out like I don't like that. Not really. It's already long enough. It's like, kind of like arms reaching out. Anyway, I'll play with that later. Now I got teeth on the front of my ship. There was one guy there. Did you see that one that some guy made an actual head? Giant spaceship head. See, now that's what I mean, eh? You can have fun with things, right? See, somebody should make a Princess Leia and then have her flying through space. It would just be so appropriate, right? Considering that last movie is just like her second last movie or whatever one it was, I don't know. Where she's like flying around. Second last one, yeah, sorry. She was a cool chick too. Carrie Fisher. Told it how it was, but she had some issues, like, you know, all the good people seem to have little times of trouble. Let's see here now, where am I going? I am going crazy. Which way to go? That way? Or, yeah, we'll go this way. I'm gonna map right up into this. See, we got this rift shit going on here, eh? There we go. Just a sec here. get some cigarette papers. Yep. Gotta save money. Everyone's trying to save money in the universe. Yes. Support your local natives and buy their tobacco. That's right. Yes. Arg. Wow, I gotta mess with the wiring around here. It's starting to get a little unruly. Okay, now, there nothing in here? Nope. Scrapyard. Where's this little one going? Here we are. Do. See if I can get my teeth showing up here. No, I can't, but anyway. Oh, the ship went sideways and doesn't want to go back. I wrecked it again. Wow. Pew. Pew. Beep. Beep. Nothing here. I'm assuming that one. Let me do this smartly. Yeah, so like like you could, as long as you're over 18, I would say it'd be all right to be on the server. That would be the one thing I'd say, because if anybody does any streaming or anything like that, I want to make sure that you're not running yourself afoul by having, you know, you have to do things COPA compliant, which would be to make sure that if a kid's online in a video game, that everybody involved has been given the consent. Like I would need to say, okay, if you're going to have your kid, you got to give me written consent, which would be like an email saying you're the parent and prove you're the parent, that kind of thing, blah blah blah, and then I'd be fine with it, okay? Because then if the FTC, I streamed on that server, and the FTC ever came at me sideways, I'd say, well, here's the consent form. Piss off. Go away. Because that's really what that law is about. It's about making sure that you're not collecting data on because the server has logs, right? That's technically data. That's just kind of one of those things, right? You got to make sure you're an adult. That's it. But then, as long as someone because who knows? We may find that I'm finding a lot less lag than I used to at higher setting. I'm at higher settings than I usually am. I mean, I could go much lower settings too, and it looked cruddy. But then, you know, um, you know, so I'm wondering, well, what would it be like if I ran it? Because I know from the past some of the types of machines when we had 50 to 75 people online, these were monsters. You couldn't buy them in a store. The guy was like a friend of an internet provider that was buying new hardware, and he sold it to this guy for a couple of grand, and he was using it for game servering, right? Like these are game like clans or whatever you want to call them, right? These people play all kinds of different games. And I lost touch with them too after a while. I just kind of, you know, they did an update to this game where I it just wouldn't work. And he wasn't updating it or listening to anybody about it. Didn't seem to care, I guess, for a while. And then then all of a sudden we hear he's over in Germany talking at a developer conference. So that's what you did with all your money, eh? It was just like. And then all of a sudden after that, he started doing these regular updates where things are getting fixed and things are, adding features to the game. This is what, you're supposed to do, right? It's actually kind of starting to be fun again. Like, I enjoy it. Like, I don't know what else to say to people, for $20 or whatever he's charging, you can even wait for a sale. I'm sure there's some now and then, you know. Steam has those, right? The greatest part is you don't need Steam, right? That's the key here is that that's there's very few games that allow you to do like your own thing, right? With your own little community kind of thing. They always want to try and corral you over to their BS. That's why that little first-person shooter is so cool. It's a complete game. It really is. It has multiplayer, keeps track of your kills. I want to test that out too on my little thing and get a couple of people to try it out. Just as a test, right? But you got to have at the moment you need a PC, right? Like I mean, if I got making 5 or 10 really really nice levels like Quixel.com style looking, right? And even on my potato PC, I can make this stuff. Okay, it just takes me forever, because some of this stuff, compiling the shaders takes. Oh, that's when you go do your laundry, go pay your bills, go out into the community in the real life and do your thing, and while the computer's sitting there going shaders, 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 da na na na, shaders. I had one time I popped into this thing, I added all this stuff, and then I get in there, it decides to do it before I do anything, right? 15,000 shaders, took like 2 hours. That's on a system with 4 threads, 2 cores, right? 16 gigabytes of RAM, right? And it's all CPU intensive, right? Your RAM will help you a bit, and that's where I'm getting along really well, is because I got that 16 gigabytes of RAM, and I've had it for 7 or 8 years, right? So I've not needed to upgrade until now. Now I need to go to, oh, I could probably use one of those AMD systems with what is it, 8 cores, you know, which would give me 16 threads, right? That'd be 4 times as fast. Well, not quite 4 times, but it'd be about twice as fast as what I'm doing now. It feels so much better. You could even live stream doing things then, right? Because I'd love to show you guys how I'm doing all this stuff so you can do it too, right? But the big fear is that once I hit 100% CPU use, then you're screwed. Now there is a way you can go into an INI file and you can change the number of cores that it can use in a maximum sense. So you can leave 1 or 2 cores for your streaming, right? One for OBS, one for the stream. You set it up like that. You leave a little space for the thing to work, right? And then it's not going to lag you out, right? Then you might hit 80% CPU use, and the 20% is doing fine, right? But that's tweaking things for purpose, right? That's a little different, right? And for a game like this, right, having a server with 8 cores or more would be fantastic. Okay, you know, you put 32 gigabytes of RAM into it, and you'd have 50 people in here, you know, running around, easy. Like we had I think it was an this machine, I think it was 4 cores, so 8 threads, and it had 64 gigabytes of RAM. And you'd still get lag when you log on, right? So double that, and you'd probably start to get into the realm of, and take it down from 50 to 40 people, and you'd probably be able to do well without lag. And then you'd be able to make bigger ships too and have more themed things, right? Like you could have 10 people start up the Empire, 10 people start the Rebels, 10 be like the Mandalorians, and 10 people be the droid faction, right? Or something like that. And you have each section in, you know, 1/4 of the galaxy, and then you could have a real fun time with that, right? You do Babylon 5, you could do Star Trek, and then just have different races in different areas, right? Have competitions for building, and you know, this is where you build it up, right? And that little thing I was talking about where Google was spying on Visa's website about a credit card, right? They're doing that via Chrome, the Chrome browser, right? Because it was weird. What tipped me off was I got a message about a domain name I had bought with them that I didn't need to do anything. And I'm like, well, what are you talking about? What do I mean? And then I check in my emails, and I'm starting to see what the hell's going on here, right? When I check it out, and here's a credit card that I just went to Visa's website to see what I put money on it to pay my internet, and a little bit left over I bought Battlefield Gothic, right? Number 2. And just to see what the balance was, right? I'm going to go across the street, get a pizza or something, you know what I mean? Whatever's left, right? And so that's all I've done with it. I haven't done anything else. And here's Google with the exact credit card number. I mean, like, what the fucking hell, you know? That's bullshit. That's fraud right there. Who gave you permission to go and mess around like that? These people are out of control, man. Like, as far as their collection of data. I mean, if the FTC is concerned, I'm concerned about that. Who the hell has that number could be going over and screwing me out of my money on that card if you get the wrong person doing it. I don't know who's doing that. I don't know who's in charge of that. And then it comes out in the news that they had to shut down their entire app store because of fraud. They couldn't just get rid of 10 people. It was because it was so rampant, right? So their entire ecosystem is based on a whole bunch of bad activity, and look at the money they're making. They don't care. They get the money off these app developers, and they don't care. Finally, someone put the foot onto them, probably from the government. You know, somebody's probably got some terrorist link somewhere, and then they're getting concerned about it now all of a sudden. You know, it's just like, whoa. And so I like to make sure that people know that, eh? Like, because one of the reasons why you use put money on a credit card and then you spend it, is so that when you've spent the money, there's nothing left on the card. If the card gets compromised, or wherever you are gets compromised, you're not losing anything. You know, it's the securest way to do things, and this situation really puts a dampener on that. So I went to the Twitter, I went to YouTube's creator thing, and I blasted them for it. I says, "Who gave you the bloody right to do this?" And I mentioned that app frauds bullshit in the App Store. I says, at no time whatsoever when I got this card did I give you any permission. And in Canada, when you use my data, you have to get written permission from me every time, legally. So when they're doing things without permission every time, technically they're breaking Canadian law, okay? I mean, our federal government's a bunch of morons, right? They're not doing nothing about it, though, right? Someone would have to go and take a court case, and then you know, then you got to find a lawyer. You got to pay the lawyer up front, or you got to give him 30% and say, you know, if he's gonna, you know, have to show losses and stuff like that to the lawyer, and they don't give a shit at that point. Then you'd go nowhere. You'd have to pay some guy $5,000 just to get like some other judgment, right? And you might lose money then, right? So it's one of those things where they get you, but they're breaking the law. They are. When I saw that, I was like, okay, not cool. I says, any money goes missing, I know who I'm gonna blame for it. Yep. Another thing about those Visa cards, they say when you put the money on the card, the money's there. Nope. Got to read the fine print, because then they go and they give you some legalese that it takes up to 24 hours. What's bizarre was I was always getting a card, go across the street, get the card, get the money, go and pay my internet provider. Everything is cool, right? It's because I've never not had the money on the card, and it always went through, that they just trust it, and they accept the payment, and they just wait the 24 hours to get their money, I guess. And I was never the wiser until recently, when I went to Gumroad and tried to give Curtis Holt $5 for a neat looking thing that procedurally generates things in Blender to make a mesh for you, right? And it wouldn't do it. But every time it failed, they would take $1 off me. So I complained to Gumroad about that. I says, you don't have a problem taking $1 off me, you know. Meanwhile, the money's there. I says, what is this, a scam? Meanwhile, it wasn't. It was Visa being an asshat, trying to make everybody, you know, keep their money on a card. These credit card companies and these corporations some days, I don't know. This is why we get into these games so we can get away from it all. Oh, there we go. That's just like a spray. Down here, where are you? let's get moving. So let's go back and do another loot run on the way back. Oh wait, there's a yellow one. Go up here and get that before we go anywhere. Exceptional! Exceptional! There we go. There's that other one that was below here somewhere. Okay. See, it's this that I need to fix with the gyroscopes right there. Yeah. We'll sort that eventually. Yeah, that's a neat feature too. They never used to have this install permanently thing too. That's another thing I kind of like. What do we got in there? Nothing. All right. Beep. Suffice it to say, also, YouTube never responded to that at all. Okay. I went and I removed it too. And I noticed when I was looking at it, there was a history of me getting these cards, and they were taking them from Visa's site and putting them on YouTube. Yeah. It was like, what the hell? Building a little credit history for me, are you? I'll give you the right for that too. It's trippy. In the last 5 months, they started doing that, because that's where I see the you know. I mean, they're doing so much weird shit, you wouldn't even believe it if I told you. Like, what are they really up to with this artificial intelligence, right? What are all these companies need it for? Right? You gotta wonder about that. I'm just, because the only thing I've ever used it for was file sharing, where we would create a neural network of servers, so that if one server went down, it would be testing to see, and you had, let's say you had a file database, and you had 20 files, right? So each server is one file. Therefore, you could have the bandwidth of that one server. But the central hub makes it look like all these files are one unit. So then when you're downloading, right, you say, I want to download this group of 20 files. It gives you each one at the bandwidth of one server. One of those servers goes down, you have two in replication behind it, and therefore you're able to shove up into another one. And then what it does is it kicks in a sort of AI thing where it then sets up another server. Okay? That was something that we designed in the 90s as well. We had a whole suite of things that we were doing for stuff like that. Yep. I actually had a thing on SourceForge called the Neural Network Protocol, which was the whole thing based on it. Yep. It's amazing what you do when you get your mind up to it. Gaming is a lot more fun than, yeah. Oh, this headache won't go away either. Ugh, what a terrible day this has turned out to be. It's just, I look out the window, I think there's light out there. I look out, it's just It's just like a wall of snow. Has it stopped? Oh, it looks like it finally stopped. The big cloud right over the city, though. Big white cloud. Got a nice view from the 7th floor over here. Yep. Very nice. Nice balcony to sit out there in the summertime. But so if I got one of these AMD 8-core gaming laptop kind of things, I would sit outside doing stuff. Just run a cord from the internet out there and just attach it up, plug it in, and then just muck around on a table outside. That way you have fresh air at the same time, man. Mind you, it gets warm, then that's a problem, right? Oh, that guy just took off. Oh, we're into a new land. Who are these people? Oh, they're allies. That's different. Okay. It's a big alliance. Let's see how big this alliance is. Green dots on the map show where you can find something. Ooh. Yellow dots are where someone peed in the snow. Don't eat yellow snow. Yeah, I knew it. Okay, we're into a new land here. Wait a minute. Oh, that's a gate system to where they're going. Okay. So this is the edge of their land. So that's this alliance. Wow. Or 2 alliances that I've made. So there's these guys here. Onola and Goguak. Wow, let's go up here and see if we can make some friends without causing problems. Hopefully they're not at war, eh? Yeah, right, eh? Had that happen. Jumped into a system, immediately get attacked. Galactic Corona 2. Do 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 do. Boo doo boo boo. That's what I'm missing. Some music. Music. We have a... Yes, we do down here. Okay, turn off our auto weapon. In case anything shows... Oh, and an equipment dock too, eh? Okay, first things first. Get over here. Do the Oganite thing. Make them wealthy with Oganite. And happy. It's a small station, eh? There is one guy that made this mod for stations to make them bigger or something. I don't know what it was, but it looked kind of freaky. Make sure. Oh, and the other reason that when I was doing this first, to make people allied to you easier, take a lesser difficulty, right? And you can go higher with this kind of little thing I just did there at the station. It just allows you to progress quicker. What do you mean I lost a pilot? Oh, okay, a ship got built. Tripped me out there. Oh, where'd he go? What do you mean I lost a pilot? I'm building fighters at the moment. Oh shit. I didn't mean to do that. Wait a minute. Let me sort that out. Whoops. That's the amount of space I have for fighters, I guess, right there. Okay. Alright. Kind of screwed up there. Pay attention to that. Bing! Hyperspace upgrade. Hyperspace upgrade. Yes, 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 yes. You'd think buying all this junk off them would make them happy, but it doesn't. Gopi. Gopi? I don't know, something like that. They gotta come up with some names that aren't so silly. Just a second here. Gotta stretch my neck. Well, yeah, some of the things about the game are kind of slow, and you know. And hey, Stevie, how you doing? Didn't notice you there. Um, the thing is that it's a relaxing game to me, right? You know, I can go at my own pace, do my own thing, build things, do stuff. Now the thing is, you know, there are other stuff that would be I do that's a little less boring, which is if you go back on the playlist, you'll see there was a little shooter game I did there where I was running around on a level shooting at things and stuff. I actually have the ability to build up that level, and if you want to look at the kinds of things I can put into these scenes, go to Quixel. Here, I'll type it in. Uh, Quixel.com. Okay, and you can see the textures and scenery that I can put into a level. Okay, and they just did a little, and it's free to people that use the Unreal Engine. Okay, and they have this program called Bridge that was kind of messed up, and they finally fixed, and now I can load that up and pull in like things I want to use in this, right, and make real grass and and stuff like this, and make make a whole area, and then put it out as a level and have people run around in it, and it'd be like having it look like you can go and see the characters that I can mess with, right, and retarget, so to speak, by looking at what was it called? The Paragon characters are the ones that Epic gave out, and I was amazed. They have. I thought I'd have to get some voice acting and stuff. They literally have all the audio in there for you to use too, like from each character, And the neat thing is that when you look at the skinning they do for the Paragon characters, right? Um, some of them look different enough that you could say this is a different person, right? So when you're doing that little cinematic story or something, the idea that I had, instead of just having 30 characters, you might have as many as 40 or 50. So you can use these things in different ways, which it's all got its animations in there. I don't need any rigging and stuff like that. It's all there. All I have to do then is, do the pathing and camera work, right? And then it's like a little show, right? And now on the game side, you then have a game where you could put these characters into the game, right? Instead of having the base character that's there, and there you go, right? Now, mind you, they're third persons, so going back to that first person setup is a little different. That'd take a little bit of mucking with, but still, you could do that. And it has multiplayer in it. It keeps track of your kills. It has bots that you can put into the game at different locations that spawn. And what I found that was kind of annoying is once you kill a bot, you have to run the heck away from that spot because it'll spawn where it died. And so will you when you die, right? So you gotta kind of, oh no, you actually spawn somewhere else, right? So you can set up things like that. Now what I wanted to do is make buildings and and bridges across things and weird stairwells and have really crazy places where people will be able to run around and have fights with, right? And that's just something I wanted to do because I kind of like the idea. And you have a automatic weapon and some kind of laser pulse cannon thing, right? And that's the start, right? So then I got a grenade pack, and I'm looking at other things, and I'm just mucking around. I'm not doing any of this for money. I'm doing it because I like to do it. If everyone else enjoys it, oh, woohoo! That's part of the. That's when if you find people like me that do that, we're real artists because we're not doing it for money, right? When it's if I started bugging everybody for Kickstarter and Indiegogo and all this other whatevers, then you know that there's a little bit, it's pushing too much, right? You're pushing, all right? That's one thing I see a lot of, right? A lot of people push too hard, right? And it comes across odd, like if you're just, it's almost like you're an advertisement, right? And we have ad block, these things called ad blockers, right? For a reason. Two of them, right? Malicious ads and just not being annoyed at our entertainment content. It's funny too, eh? Google's actually putting some more development into their own ad blocker recently. Don't you find that funny that a company that deals with ads all the times is doing stuff for an ad blocker? And you know what the reason is because even when I started talking about how they were preventing the other ad blockers from doing things, why am I at a solar plant? That's not the one I wanted to go to. It's the one underneath. I went the wrong one. Anyway, it was, whoa, yeah. They were starting to prevent the other ad blockers from working on YouTube, right? So I'd be off somewhere else, not one of you guys or anyone that I know that's monetized, and suddenly I'd be getting this error pop up. It's because my ad blocker was half working. So then for 10 seconds I'd just sit there and then it would go away. And then I said, you know what, screw this, I'll start using Firefox again. And my version of Firefox is older than the one that is out there now, so I've got the ability to have some extensions that I can go and update. I can right click on it and update, and it actually works, so that they'll lose that war big time. So Google's just trying to get an edge on that game, you see. And then there was some discussion like about to do with the other ad companies, like why are they part of it? So what they're going to do is they're going to whitelist a bunch of these guys, right? So that your ads are going to get shoved at you, and you won't be able to block it, right? And I was like, good luck with that, man. People only put up with it so long before they go, this is why we originally came to YouTube, was to get away from this kind of bullshit. And you know, it's one of those things where, okay, you need to get ad money from you know, your click-throughs and stuff like that, right? I get that. But I'll say this. I'm not going to be the guy that's going to make you ad money. I'm going to be the guy that gets you some watch time and keeps you monetized. You deal with how you want to monetize after you're monetized. That's your business. Right? And I don't mean to be mean about it, or you know, like, I'm not trying to be a prick about it. I get around to enough places that I don't need to be turning on and off an ad blocker all the time just to accommodate one person, you know, or whatever, right? Besides, I've in the last year, okay, about 30 of my subs have become monetized. All right? Just ponder that one for a minute. Where are these guys? I don't see them. Oh, they must be Zotin because they're pink. Ah, there he is. Keeping my auto gun off so I don't gotta get a shot in at this guy. There we go. Nice. That's what you do. You make friends this way. Oh, there's a station right there too, eh? Nasty. Okay. Oh, up. Let's go over and get that little blue thing without hitting rocks, shall we? Oh my lord. Look at this maneuvering. Uh-huh. Look at that. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm getting out of here now. Up, up, turn. Oh yeah. Not doing any more. Can't see behind me. Let's get out of here. And doing things like that when you're in a neutral faction will help you get better diplomacy. Better diplomacy, you go to the equipment dock, you can buy better things from them. And the closer into the middle of the galaxy, the better the weapon. So, you know. But you will have a harder time making these people allies, etc. In an insane mode, you probably aren't going to have too many friends in the middle, as I remember. I must have a caffeine addiction, because suddenly my headache's gone after that coffee. Interesting. I've had 2 coffees. It's weird. That and the fact it's so dry, cold and dry, right? So yeah. That head thing, you know, I was telling you about, how your head shrinks, right? And it puts pressure on your brain, and your brain goes, ooh. So what you gotta do, right? So what you need to get like a space heater, and you like put it behind your head, and like you have like a little button, and you go click, and you can like expand your brains, right? You'd be like that guy from what was that movie? Green Lantern, that had the really big head, and he was like the evil yellow-eyed dude, right? Sound like a big kid, eh? You know these crazy ideas, man. I should start writing this shit down. You know, when I pass away, there'd be like a stack, like 500 feet tall. I'll leave it to my brother, and my brother can like Mr. Tolkien me together in pieces and parts. He wouldn't have the brains to do that, though. He's one of the very practical human beings. He's probably not even much on the internet. Although, when you look outside and you look at the poles, right? You see those big transformers. That's what he does for a living. He makes those. I come home from school, high school one day. I had gone back to high school to finish it up, go back to college. And my brother had been staying at home for a little bit, and he was working. And I come home, and there's this freaking transformer in my room. I go, what's this for? So my dad says to me, well, your brother said it was broken or something, so he brought it home to see if he could fix it. And I said, broken? These things have cancer-causing chemicals in them. You put it in my freaking room? Get this thing the hell out of here. He's looking at me like, what? Wait, what? I could see him like trying to struggle to take it out of the whole house. He's like, uh-huh. That was back in the time where I had first hurt my back, and you know, I was on the pain medicine, and it would really hit you harder, you know, and so I'd be a little dizzy, and I'd lay down, and I didn't realize there was a hole in the wall, and these bees came in, and I got stung, and I didn't realize it. So the you know, I probably felt an itch and just didn't do nothing, and the stingers were in my back. Yeah, I ended up about, what was it, about 8 years later, having a problem with my neck or something, and I started itching this thing, and oh, there's something in there. And it started to bug me more and more, and I was going numb everywhere, right? So I went to the hospital, sat there for 6 hours, pissed off sitting there, and went home. I said, you know what, guys? I think this is going to require some booze and drugs. I got me some weed and a bottle of whiskey, and I pulled the sucker out of my neck. But a centimeter long. I was like, holy shit. I wasn't even drunk either. People were saying, holy shit, man, you drink a 26er of whiskey and smoked a quarter of hash and you're not even drunk or stoned. I go, yeah, there's something wrong here. This guy's really trying to be annoying, isn't he? There, that'll hurt you. Oh, this is gonna hurt. If I can hit that. Okay, I went underneath. This guy's still firing torpedoes, eh? You and your torpedoes. Take this. That'll do it. There we go. 2 greens. Okay, there's a blue right there. We'll get that first. Come on. Gimme, gimme. Thank you. Oh, there's blue down there too. Whee! Loot! In the name of lunch. Anything else? Want some? I guess the other guy got numptyified. Another blue one, eh? So I like the idea of these R mining turrets. That would be a helpful hand too early on, because you could get a couple of them and get like a cargo, and then you just do cargo runs and get a lot more mining done early on, so you can get better vessels. It's a bit realistic too, because you can only do so much on a ship, right? Like you could have the facilities to do stuff on a ship, I suppose. Like, I mean, they could. He could make it so you do that on your ship, right? But, you know, remember how big a station's supposed to be. Like, these are tiny stations. They should be bigger, right? Especially the mining ones, because of all the ore and stuff they got to deal with. And then I saw that, what was it, the cows? Cows in space? Moo 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 moo. Space cows. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. There we go. Uh-huh. 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 Yeah, see right there it says efficiency 15 means you gather 15% resources in an asteroid. So if it says 1,000, you'll get 150. Okay. Okay. So we're cleaning up our little allies area here by the looks of her. We'll go back over to these guys in a bit too. Doing some trekking. Yeah, one of the things that that a modder would have fun doing is making doing some more missions, right? Like adding missions to the game, and it's a bit of a, you know. And one of the things that he could Kunshi could do that would make this game a lot more popular would be to allow people to um, modify the actual galaxy size and or positions of stars, right? Like I could see taking it down to 100,000 and then doing like a Star Trek universe where okay, now you have a lot of places that aren't there, but then you have some that are, right? You know, and that way you could really go at it, right? And then you could put the different races in and have do kind of like what the Stellaris paradox people did with Star Trek, and then you could just develop on that, right? The only problem I see with that is kind of like how Activision went a little more crazy on their IP and you bringing any other type of IP into their games and stuff, right? There is a kind of thing a lawyer said, well, doing that, you're breaking rules, right? Well, I mean, yeah, but here you go again, where if a lot of people enjoy Star Trek by playing a modded game like this, what are they going to do if they're left alone to do it? They're going to also be wondering what they're up to in the television and the movies, right? Just saying, you'll get more sales, in the end, if that's your marketing trip. And we'll go over here. Do I have another captain on me? Just a second here. Just kind of curious. I think I do, right? I only have one captain, so I could get one ship. Just make 10 of these and just fly around the galaxy going, meh! The Knights of Meh! Yeah, this is such a small section of the game that I've been showing you guys, right? It's just me collecting loot in a form of a creative mode, which is like single player cheat mode. Wow, you can have it multiplayer, but I've only seen one server ever do creative, and it would, that's gonna be somewhere someone you'll have to trust people because somebody goes and adds a really massive ship to it. Oh, the leg. So maybe one of the other things, Hunter, I might do is like one day, on the weekend, could have a server for the Avorion, right? And then bring that down, put the sample first-person shooter up as a test, let people kind of run around in it and see how it interacts with multiplayers, right? I don't even know if it didn't tell me there was a limit, so that's kind of, you know, and I wonder how my system would handle it, right? Like it's a big level to begin with that I started, eh? Like one of the things what I did was I went around to some of the guys playing first person shooters and I says, "Well, what would you like? Really, what's the biggest problem with these games?" And the biggest problem I seem to be hearing is the levels aren't big enough. And I kind of agree because I watch Firewall, let's say with Stevie DVD, and they run around, they do these little maps, and they're just sort of there's a certain pattern you got to get into, and that's it, right? And it's the same thing with other games too. There's like, Apex Legends is not too bad, right? Like these, and same with Fortnite where they have the bigger maps. But the problem then is the map shrinks. So why not have a map like that where it doesn't shrink? Where then you got to run around and hunt people. Now the biggest problem you're going to get there is you're going to find somebody who's going to find some cheaty little way to hide somewhere. Well, then as a developer, then you go and you fix that problem. You put a big rock right there. You can't do that no more. Have a nice day. That's not what you're intended to do is to find a cheat in the game. Like, just thinking out loud, kind of sort of different ideas to give everybody a little bit more fun back and play something unique. Wouldn't it be cool to be playing something that's no one else on YouTube has, right? Go ahead, Like this is part of what you do, right? And then if anybody wants to know how it's made, I'll make a little offline video of how that's done, and then you can do that. You can do your own thing. You can or you could make levels and then send them to me, or we could set it up so that it's like our own little private Steam workshop kind of thing. I don't know. There we go. But yeah, so that's part of the. Oh, wait a minute here. There's another guy over here. What is this guy? Bet you that's a salesman or something. Oh, it's a Zotan scout. Let's go. Go, 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 go. Go underneath him. Down, below, down. Oh, he's trying to do an run underneath me. He's figured that one out, haven't you? Gotcha. See, that's what I do. This is another tip. When I'm coming at you, I try to go under or to the left or right of you. Okay? Like if you're going this way, I go far right. And I try to go under you a bit. The reason being is that after I blow you up, I can just keep going a little further under, right? And stop and then get loot and whatever else. That's just a way to make sure you're not gonna get collision damage. I'm beginning to remember things. Uh-oh. The multiplayer's coming back to me. Yeah, so one of the things I'm going to have to do is compile a version of this game. Now, see, the other thing is once this game's compiled and you get a copy, you could actually run your own multiplayer with it. And that's the thing. But I'm going to put a license file in it that says you are not allowed to sell this, okay, unless I give you permission, okay, and you abide by the Epic Games license, which means if you make $3,000, you got to give them 5%. Okay, I might add 1% to that for me, that kind of deal. I'll figure that out when I go to do it. I'll put something like that in the file, right? Otherwise, you're fully capable of, the game will be compiled, so that'll be the way it is. It's be like kind of a pre-alpha, but it's a fully functioning thing. I mean, that was what was amazing, right? I kind of like the idea of having our own game that we can make ourselves here on YouTube that is completely free of mucking around developer whatever BS blah, right? I mean, I could add what is it? See, I was also mucking around with trying to get something that was doable only for Windows 10. That Unreal came out that was a really cool thing, but it's only Windows 10. And it's like browser screens, but inside a video game, right? And you can code in which one to look at, right? So I could put a little bar underneath and be sitting here watching all of you, okay? Just be sitting there going, I wonder how YouTube would handle that, because I technically am watching all of you, just all at once. Because I notice that they're getting stricter on if I'm watching Stevie DVD and then I flip to his buddy Seabass, right? Within 10 seconds, he loses me viewing him, even though I might be listening to him and have muted Seabass and they're playing together, right? And then it'll pop up that Seabass is getting the thing, right? The view. And then, that's how they make sure you're doing the watch time right, I guess, which is fine. So that's something that I thought, would be neat to be able to keep an eye on what people are doing, right? Just as an app kind of thing where he was saying that a future thing, you'd be able to touch one of these things or interact with it, a little more, right? And that's something I wanted to see what he was going to do with, but, I'm sitting here kind of stuck on Windows 7 where I am not upgrading to Windows 10. I don't trust Microsoft further than I could an air molecule come out of my mouth. Nothing in there. Up here. Okay, what are we doing for stream here? Just sort of had one of these. Okay, we're at 4 hours now. Let's see here. Let me see. 4 hours. We'll do a couple more systems and then I'll call it. I just lose track of time in this game. That's one of the things. You get going around, you're doing things, you're into it, So yeah, this would be more of a game for a little bit older people, I guess. Maybe if you're into this and you're younger, that's fine too, right? It's to each his own. But anyway, I got thinking about that. Maybe on the weekends, kind of do a thing where, set up a server for subscribers and let them have some fun at some different games and stuff like that. And maybe that test that other first-person shooter game, see what they think of it. Because on my old potato PC, it runs great, right? And you got to remember that it's running great while the engine's running, while it's compiled a version of the game, so the game's running. OBS is running, okay, all right, and such, right? So that much oomph. Like I would be, I'm gonna have to compile a version and then see how it runs by itself. I'm thinking pretty damn good, so we'll see. And I gotta go through all that again too. That's gonna be, I might actually do that start that process today so I can have it done for the weekend. Yeah, that's an idea. And then I'm going to have to look at what it takes to set up an Avorion server. Because I think you need to get extra... There's an extra server or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. Then we just have some fun and muck around. Just leave it up for the day and then let, you know, give everybody a kind of little... I might even, you know, I could even do it so that if, to make it easy on people. Have a thing for creative mode. I don't know. Like, that's just something to experiment with. We can try, like, I mean, if you go to insane mode and then new people come in and they get wrecked constantly, right? They're going to get pissed off and leave the game, right? So you want to kind of lessen the issue of that. That's one of the reasons why you'll see some of them have collision off, or they're in creative or whatever. I like the idea of creative just because it gives you the ability to jump in and get into these kind of ships and have some fun, right? Mind you, it could lead to some abuse with people you don't know, and that's one of the problems that you get, right? It's, but there's a bunch of you that I would trust enough to be not worrying about that. And then you could show off how multiplayer works. And I would be able to test out the multiplayer on a potato PC. Well, 16 gigabytes of RAM isn't nothing, but it is when you consider it's running it as a server. I'd do a few tweaks to this to do it. I have to be keeping an eye on things. Because you know, once you start announcing things like that, you got all those silly people and, oh, I'm your bestest friend. Until I'm not. You know? Anything for free, right? You know, then you get those people. I'm one of them. That's alright. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with free. Free is good. It'd annoy the living hell out of people if a game like this got going good. Because look at how much time you could spend in it. And think of the potential of what could be done. I'm just, you know, you could make, if he was to restart this game, would you need to do it voxelated, right? No. You could do a game like this now that's non-voxel, right? And it will probably be just as laggy as it was a couple years ago, and then in a couple years time when they have 64 core regular PC systems, you'd be woohoo. See, the thing about that is, what people don't realize is, okay, 3.4 gigahertz, right? 64 cores. Does that mean you have 3.4 gigahertz times that many cores? No, it doesn't. It means you got 3.4 gigahertz, and it's chunking up that math processor into those little bits, okay? Which, there's a certain spot where you're going to suddenly... it's not going to work for you, and it's going to be specialized. I would say a 64 thread machine would be for something like a server, okay? And pretty much everything else, not much of use. I don't see it. I don't see it. I could see 16 cores helping with things like shaders, okay? Getting lots more of them going, but the thing is, it's still going to take this certain amount of time for the math to work. If you have a better cache system and stuff like that, then it's going to work faster, right? What happened here? Oh, I'm trying to buy one of them again. Jeez. Oops. And of course the hyperspace at the bottom with 2. Gotta put a note. See here. Add a note. Let's see. Go up here. Oh, there's a wormhole in here too, eh? Tricky looking thing in it. Pancakes in space. Hey, what happened here? Huh? I don't want that. Get out of here. Are mining fighters, eh? That's funny. What's this? No pilots. Oh yeah, I need more pilots, do I? Hold on. There we go. Man, I just ran into that station. Does this place have any pilots? We'll find out, and the price is right. Oh my lord. Oh, I hate these little sticky end pieces. There we go. Who would design a thing like that? It's silliness. Ah. Okay, I gotta find some pilots here. Hold on here before I go to the next system. Do you have any pilots? Nope. How about you? Pilots. Alright. Woohoo! Whoops. Slow down. That's why I like this ship. Yeah. Where's the pilots? What do you mean? Left shift plus 2. Left shift and 2. Okay. Go away. Oh, it's done it again. I want to delete that. Here, I know how to deal with it. I'll go out of the system. Screw it. There we go. That should be a fighter, not a... I gotta do this. Okay, I know how to fix it. I know how to fix this. I know how to fix this. Hold on. Whoop. Okay. Whoops. There. That solves that issue. Accidentally overridden it. This looks like another new faction. Okay. this is them there. Oh, it's the same guys here. Okay. So I'm good now instead of just neutral with them. Alright. Holy jeez, eh? How much of the galaxy have I been to? Well, this much. Earth would be over here somewhere, in the western edge of the spiral of the whatever. If it was actually a real galaxy. We need to see what NASA comes up with. Yeah, that's another thing. NASA's a nice bunch of people, aren't they? They go and they give out this project that you can use personally on Epic's marketplace, but you can't show anyone on YouTube it unless you get written permission from them. That's right. Contact an American government agency and ask if you can use their shit. Good luck with that. They'd be bringing up all your internet porn that you've ever seen and going, They'd be all over you. Nah, we don't want him looking at. I'm just kidding. They'd probably have you rubber stamped in a couple of days, but it's just something where they couldn't have put it under a license that leaves them in control, but you can't commercially do something with it, right? Because the last thing NASA wants is somebody making a meme of their shit and putting it on Twitter somewhere to attack somebody with something. That's what it's really about. It's just making sure that you're not no. So they have a look at you and say, well, are you that kind of person? No? Okay. Yeah, go ahead. You never know, though. And they're actually, some of them are a bit approachable, I gotta say. I've seen some interviewers and stuff like that do things. It's just that from a security and privacy standpoint, there's an old rule that you never go to any .gov site. You ask yourself, well, what do you mean? Well, if you don't know, then have a nice day. I'm not here to inform you on that one. That's just that. It's like this, okay? The FBI is a domestic police force, right? Okay. Why do they have 300 or so of them in Canada then? Why did they set up in the late 90s 64 million honeypot servers? Okay? And it's well over 120 million now. Why do they do that? It's not like hackers and pirates and state actors don't know about them. Okay? So it's for the rest of you, for some reason, stupid people they can set up and then say they're a terrorist when they're not. That's what it is. Okay? It's to allow the deep state, as they call it, to continue to exist. It's to set people up. Yeah. And that's the only thing I can think of. I have no other reason, because I could publish the whole list tomorrow. Alright? Maybe they have 5 we don't know about, eh? Yeah, that's it, eh? It's not like we're going there, though. Oh, jeez, people are just weird when it comes to stuff like that. Conspiracy theories and stuff like that. But it's one of those things where that's just the facts. It's a big waste of money. Somebody's being paid to do a lot of stuff for nothing. They may also be using it to run their own bot farms. That's another one I was thinking about. So in the event of a cyber war, they would actually have some offensive weaponry, so to speak. But what would a domestic police force be doing with that capability? One has to wonder. Just saying. These are the people that wanted to have a war game with us in when I was hosting out of Edmonton, Canada, and sent me an email. And I said, "Well, I'm also hosting 900 businesses here and looking after them. If anything gets damaged, you're going to compensate." To which those jerks said, "No." So I said, "Go screw yourself." Much worse words, though. And then they attacked us anyway, and they failed to get in. And the denial of service that they used was the exact same pattern that WallSec suddenly started using, and I noticed that it was exactly the same, so I started warning people to stay away from them because, and it turns out I was right. Imagine that. That must have made some of them really pissy angry. And yes, it did. Yep. They have spent the better part of the last 15 years trying to keep me poor in one way or another. I don't care. I'm comfortable. I'm alive. I'm happy. I'm eating. I can get laid. You go around the corner there. There's a couple hookers right there if I really need it. Did I say that out loud? Whoops. Sorry. Anyway. Jeez. But yeah, that's what they do. They won't kill you. They'll make you irrelevant. That's what they do. That's what they try and do. And both sides will do it to you if they think you're a threat of any kind. So I just sat back for the last 10 years and done nothing. It's amazing. And they're still nervous. They're still nervous, eh? They're still nervous. Yeah, eh? I don't know what they got to be nervous about. It's like I said, I just want to have some fun like everyone else. That's what it was all about. And they just don't want anyone to have any fun. So I'm gonna be here to make it as cheap as possible for everybody. Right? Epic gave me something for free. I made something that didn't cost me anything. What's 1/30th of $56? Because that's the actual cost for 1 day of my server. That's my entire internet bill for a month at unlimited 10 megabit, right? That's the real cost. You think I can afford that? I think so. So don't worry about it. You know what I mean? Like that's the whole point of. And you're sitting there wondering, well, how come you don't get faster internet and everything? Well, it's because technically, all right, if I went with Rogers, number one, they spy on your computer. Okay, I actually had them turn off my internet service one time, and the guy actually said this on the phone. He said, because we couldn't see through your firewall. I said, wait a minute. So I designed my own firewall, and because you can't spy through my firewall, you turn my internet off. Or I says, that's it, we're canceled. That's it with Rogers. The other thing is, they don't allow you to run services, so any of these things that I'd be able to do, you're not allowed to do it. Okay? So if people do, they could get in trouble and lose their service. I'm just saying. And that's the thing. What's the sense of having all this great amount of bandwidth if you can't use it? That's why. The other point is that tech savvy, technically, if I needed more bandwidth, I could just ask for another phone line in here and double my bandwidth. Yeah, it doubles the cost, right? So I'd be up to, it would work out to what? $112 a month, but I could have 20 megabit upload and 30 megabit down, and it could run business services. Okay? That's the big kicker, right? And then you got somebody who isn't a corporation that's running your stuff, whom you can talk to, who's around all the time. And, I did this when I was doing reselling of other people's servers, like OVH and a couple of the other big guys. And I was making serious money just because I'm around all the time. I'd sit in a chat, people come in, say, one of my clients, and just talk, boom, there you go. They email me, boom, done. Boom, done, boom, done, boom, done. It's a lot of work, though, for not much pay either. I think I had 80 clients and was making a profit. Between the two of us, we split it down the middle, so my share was about $600 US. So about 900 Canadian. Like, that's not bad, you know, because at the end of it all, after 2 months of all that work, right, everything was just hitting buttons because it was all on Linux and I had everything automated, right? You know, this guy asked for this, and this, and I would just go, okay, bang, 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 bang. Central server sends it out, installs it, right? Okay, and then once that's done, okay, I go into his server, remove the key in there that would allow my server to get in there, and then tell him that. I remove the OVH backdoor SSH key and I restore it so that his server is 100% secure, and then I let him go carry on about his business, right? Oh, you didn't know that, eh? They put backdoors in the encryption keys for your servers that you all are hosting on. Oh, you didn't know that? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? Welcome to reality. And there's nothing illegal about resetting the system to that, you know. All you're doing is making the system business secure. Because look at what happened to NordVPN. Those are servers just like OVH and everything else. Because somebody was able to backdoor that, a lot of crap could have happened. It's one of those things where, you know, all this technology, there's quite a bit of it to learn. And in the background, when you're playing video games like this, you know, like, it's one of the things why the console got, and this is part of the reason why crossplay is something that they're really scared to do, okay? Because on console, you don't get to see your network very at all, okay? You're not supposed to. And therefore, they don't have to do as much to keep it as secure. Therefore, it makes them more money in that sense too, okay? Once you open it up to a PC, on top of that, then things get tricky, okay? That's where you don't know what that other PC user could be up to. You got to assume that he's doing good things, but you also should be assuming that he could be doing the bad things, and you got to check on him, right? That's where this digital rights management comes in, and then you're losing performance, right? In a perfect world, you wouldn't have to worry about this. Well, isn't that just the end of that place? Let's go back over here. Yeah. And this is why I was saying in the Compass stuff that I'm an accredited webmaster. I know about all the different aspects of the networking, website design, graphic design, all this stuff, okay, that's in the background, all right? And why, if they got me into a court of law, I would laugh the living shit out of these guys and make them look like the idiots that they are for trying to push a law like this. It's badly written and too vague, okay? And yeah, it's one of my the one video of mine that's almost up to 1K, and YouTube has stopped allowing traffic to it. It was getting like 50, 60 people a day, and then suddenly zero. No more traffic to it. It's like one of the chimps at YouTube has cut me off of getting watch time, right? And now they're starting to allow it to happen. I'm doing the live stream. You can't say you guys weren't here to watch me, you see. Right? You know, that suddenly is a hard thing to do when it's a recording, right? It can be different, you see. That's part of the you know, how do you get around YouTube screwing you? Well, go live. Stay live as long as you can handle it, right? Take a break every hour or two, and, you know, note how many people were in your chat and everything else, and you can, you know, just ask them that if you're gonna leave, let me know when you come in, so I can gauge roughly how long you're around, and then I can tell if their system is being honest. Okay, this is one way that we can start doing some testing on, the fairness of YouTube. I mean, they made 25% more money last year than they did the year before. Okay? So I'm wondering, okay, you got fined, you had a shit ton of people quit YouTube and shit, and yet you're still able to make more money. Something's wrong here, folks. Okay? Something is wrong. Okay? How the hell are they making more money when a lot of these places that were making that money can't legally even be doing it anymore because they'd be losing 90% of the ad revenue? I'll tell you how. It's because Google says, okay, you're losing 90% of your ad revenue. Meanwhile, they're keeping the other 90%. That's what I think is going on. And I wonder if the FTC shouldn't investigate that. And that's regarding the family-friendly channels that, lose all this revenue, right? I want you to wonder, are your ads different? Okay? Let's say there are a certain number of ads that get shown. If they change, then you could say that, you're not making the same amount of ad revenue because these guys pay less. But if it's the same ads, you shouldn't be losing any ad revenue then. That's sort of that would take a bit of a coordinated effort, and it would be an interesting thing to see a study done with that, to see if YouTube's being honest that way. Because how do you account? Where's the accounting? We don't have a union here. We don't have anything that can show the accounting of this data that they're doing with and how much things are going on. They don't bring any of us creators inside to show us this stuff or tell us how it works. I mean, put an NDA on them, okay? You open your mouth, you lose your channel, you get banned, you get fined, whatever. Whatever. But there's, it's all about accountability, man. That extra almost $5 billion, like, holy jeez. When's the last time anybody got a 25% raise? YouTube's putting up its hand and you're not. And its parent company of Google, Alphabet, made $161 billion. Okay? That's like half the amount that the entire GDP of Canada, the 7th largest economy in the world. Or no, 9th. Sorry. Think about that. You go down. Alphabet has more money that it makes, okay, than probably the number 10 economy or number 11. Like, see, when these corporations get bigger than the nations that they're in, they just don't care anymore. Prove me wrong. Show me, Susan, how you're gonna share some of this beautiful wealth that you're now making with the creators. Show me. And I'll post it high and mighty on you for a whole week on my channel and keep mentioning it. Okay? Give you some good PR for a change. But they're not going to do that. That all goes to shareholders. It didn't go to you or me. And I'm stuck here, doing this, and you're stuck there doing that, and everything else. Trying to have a little fun. Where am I in the universe here? Going down. I'm just sort of mapping this little area out here. Gotta get something to eat. I'm gonna have to end this in a little bit. Gotta eat. Where am I here? I gotta be sitting at almost 4.5 hours again. Jeez. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna end the stream here. And like I said, what I'll do is I'll post something on Friday for Saturday to do either this game or that little shooter game thing, and just have people pop in and have it run at it and test it out and whatever. You know, and the best way to do that is go to my about section and look at the Discord. Pop in there on Friday and ask about it, and then I'll let you in on it or whatever. And that'll be a way that you can have some fun, recharge. Just it'll give me also an idea of like a little miniature stress test of what this little bit of software is going to be like for doing a level this big, because I literally made a level that's like 100 times bigger than what they had designed for the game. It's huge. It's like a little continent. You just run around on it, you know? Like how many people can I haven't even it doesn't even tell you how many people can log into this thing, right? I have no idea. Is it like Fortnite where you can have 50 people on it? 100? What? Well, I don't know. How does it work? How much bandwidth does this thing take? You know, all these questions, right? So this is going to be a little thing to kind of muck that around. So what I'll do is I'll just do up the current level that's there, not really worrying about what it looks like, and just, you know, let people run around on it for a bit. I'll put a few more obstacles and different things and little mazes or something, and oh, I don't know, something like that. Put in some doors that you can open and close or something like that, maybe. I don't know. We'll figure something out. But anyway, I am going to go get something to eat because I'm hungry. You guys have fun, and like I said, yeah, this has been a good one. Got around a bit today. Upgrades, upgrades, always upgrades. Upgrades. Anyway, have fun, guys. See you later.